Chapter 367. Yeah, you don't have to call me if you're busy. I think my class has a meeting tonight too. Gu Nianji remembered Miao Yunxiao telling her that if they were in the same class, there would be a class meeting at night. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Would it be an all-nighter? Give me a call before you go to bed so I won't worry. Okay. Gu Nianji's heart warmed and she was reluctant to let go of Hua Xiaoheng. I'll walk you down. No need. Hua Xiaoheng stopped her. I'll be leaving after I go down. I know, I'll watch you leave. Gu Nianji refused to let go of Hua Xiaoheng's arm. I'll walk you down. This is my turf and you're a guest, of course I have to walk you down. Seeing Gu Nianji's insistence, Hua Xiaoheng didn't insist and walked to the elevator with her. Miao Yunxiao shook her head speechlessly and slammed the door shut. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng took the elevator down to the first floor. Hua Xiaoheng turned to her. Call Big Xiong if you're not used to it. He's always in charge of contacting the outside world, so he can solve it immediately if there's any trouble. If he can't solve it, he'll transfer it to me. There won't be any trouble. Gu Nianji was very confident in her postgraduate career. I didn't bother Brother Xiong when I was undergrad, let alone postgraduate. That's good. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and nodded to Gu Nianji before hurrying down the steps and getting into the car. The driver quickly drove away and seemed to be in a hurry. Gu Nianji silently watched Hua Xiaoheng's car drive away, worried that something had gone wrong with Hua Xiaoheng's work. She took out her phone and wanted to call Zhao Liangze or Yin Shixiang to ask about it, but then thought about it. What Hua Xiaoheng did was a state secret and was highly confidential. It wouldn't be good if she asked. After thinking about it for a long time, she put her phone away and returned to the dorm with a heart full of worry. When she arrived at the dorm, she pushed the door but it wouldn't open. Gu Nianji could only take out her key but couldn't open it for a long time. She realized the door was locked from the inside. Miao Yunxiao had just opened the door. Did they have to be so obvious? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and reached out to knock on the door. She knocked so loudly that the entire hallway could hear it. Her classmates poked their heads out from their dorms to see what was going on. Miao Yunxiao heard it from inside and trembled with anger. She yanked the door open and growled at Gu Nianji. What the hell do you want? Aren't you ashamed? I'll return those words to you. Gu Nianji said coldly, you knew I was outside, yet you locked the dorm room door. What do you want me to think? You brought a man back just now, I had to be on guard. Miao Yunxiao choked back at Gu Nianji's words and couldn't raise her voice. What do you mean by bringing a man back? I clearly went downstairs to send him off. Gu Nianji clenched her fists. Classmate Miao, what's going on in that head of yours? If you shake your head, can you hear the sound of the sea? Miao Yunxiao wasn't a sharp-tongued person and couldn't keep up with Gu Nianji's words. I don't understand what you mean. I shake my head, how can I hear the sound of the sea? We don't live by the sea. So you know we don't live by the sea. Gu Nianji snorted and didn't want to explain to her. If you don't understand, then study more. Don't play dirty tricks. Miao Yunxiao played right into Gu Nianji's hands. She looked up and said, I told you the first time I saw you, it's hard for you to get along with your classmates like this. Since you don't like living in the same dorm as me, you can apply for a dorm change from the faculty. She turned around and the joy on her face disappeared in a flash. She said casually. Building 4 seems to have some empty beds. It's a good choice. Gu Nianji froze. She finally understood why Miao Yunxiao had been so critical of her as soon as they met. So it was to make her move out. Gu Nianji followed Miao Yunxiao into the dorm and asked without batting an eyelid, where's your former roommate? I didn't have one before. Miao Yunxiao blurted out. She quickly shut her mouth in annoyance and corrected herself. Who I lived with before has nothing to do with you. Gu Nianji smiled. If you don't like living with me, you can ask for a dorm change from the faculty yourself. I didn't say I was leaving. She walked into her room and slammed the door shut. Miao Yunxiao must be comfortable living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment for the first half of the year. No wonder she didn't want anyone else to move in. Gu Nianji ignored Miao Yunxiao's provocation and went to her bathroom to wash her face and put on a face mask. She then sat at her desk and turned on her laptop to prepare for tomorrow's classes. Yin Shixiang sent her the class schedule. Gu Nianji looked at it for a long time and finally understood that she was assigned to the postgraduate class of the Faculty of Law. However, her instructor was He Zhichu and she was the only master's student under He Zhichu's tutelage. Therefore, her classes were taught by He Zhichu alone in his office. Master's students at the B University Faculty of Law had to take 3 public courses. However, He Zhichu used her 6-month internship at the U.S. Congress as an excuse to exempt her from the public courses. This meant that Gu Nianji only needed to take 30 credits for her classes to get her master's degree. One course was 3 credits, so 30 credits meant 10 courses in total. If He Zhichu could arrange her class schedule appropriately, she could finish all 10 courses in 1 year and graduate early. She was very happy as she did her little calculations in front of the computer. She simply wrote He Zhichu an email to ask about graduating early. Gu Nianji received a call from He Zhichu not long after she sent the email. Nianji. You're on campus. He Zhichu's cool voice came from the phone. It was completely emotionless. Gu Nianji was a bit nervous but calmed down when she heard He Zhichu's emotionless voice. Yes, I reported in this morning and just tidied up the dorm. Gu Nianji thought about it and thanked He Zhichu. Professor He, thank you for arranging the dorm for me. It's very spacious and I like it. Although her roommates weren't that great, it wasn't He Zhichu's fault. Gu Nianji didn't want to get hung up on it. He Zhichu smiled on the other end. This is the only building in the graduate dorm that has 2 rooms. It's very popular. The other buildings have 4 rooms. I think you'll want 2 rooms. Gu Nianji actually didn't dislike a 4-room dorm. She used to live in a 4-room dorm during her undergraduate studies at C University. She also got along well with her 3 other roommates. They still kept in touch and had a good relationship. But the graduate dorm, with Miao Yunxiao as an example, Gu Nianji suddenly didn't want to try a 4-room dorm again. She could only say that she was very lucky during her undergraduate studies to be able to meet 3 good friends, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. Gu Nianji thought about her former classmates as she said to He Zhichu, Professor He, thank you for your help. I really do want to live in a 2-room dorm. She then joked, actually, I don't mind living alone. She wasn't afraid of living alone now. If it had been half a year ago, she wouldn't have dared. He Zhichu also smiled. Tomorrow is the first day of class. Do you know where the classroom is? Gu Nianji got down to business. I just looked at the class schedule and sent Professor He a message to ask if I can graduate early. It's your first day here and you're already thinking about graduating early. That's too early. We'll talk about it later. He Zhichu's voice faded. He hung up and didn't speak to Gu Nianji anymore. Gu Nianji said hello a few times before confirming that He Zhichu had hung up. Just as she was wondering if she should call back, she heard another knock on the door. Miao Yunxiao opened the door and saw that it was their class representative, Yan Kehua. Yunxiao, is the new classmate staying with you? Yan Kehua asked with a smile as she poked her head into the room. Yes. Miao Yunxiao said matter-of-factly, she's staying in this room. She turned around and pointed to Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji happened to open the door and saw that other than Miao Yunxiao, there was also a petite girl standing in the living room. Her eyes were bright and playful. You're Gu Nianji. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand to Gu Nianji enthusiastically. It was the second watch. What about the monthly votes, dear ones? That's all. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you heaven's beggar for tipping me a piece of jade yesterday. Happy birthday, thank you dear ones. Mwah. Also, chapter 363 was blocked again. I've re-edited it and am looking for an editor to unlock it. Chapter 368. Gu Nianji still had a facial mask on her face, so she looked like a paper doll. However, everyone was a girl and knew that she was using a facial mask, so no one made a fuss. She smiled and shook hands with Yan Kehua, then pointed to her face. Wait a moment, I'll go and take it off. Gu Nianji returned to her room to wash her face mask. In the living room, Yan Kehua whispered to Miao Yunxiao, do you know who this classmate is? I heard she's the only master's student recruited by Professor He Ji-chu from the United States. He didn't recruit from our school, but from another school. Miao Yunxiao and Yan Kehua were both undergraduates at B University and then got into the university's postgraduate program. This kind of student usually looked down on students from other schools. However, He Ji-chu's specially recruited students were different. Miao Yunxiao's eyes widened and she asked nervously, really? She's Professor He's graduate student? She had heard that Professor He Ji-chu from Harvard Law School was coming to teach at B University's Faculty of Law, but he was only recruiting PhD students. Students who had just graduated with a master's degree in B University's Faculty of Law had racked their brains to become his PhD students. Last year, they suddenly announced that they wanted to recruit a master's student, and then the students who had graduated from the bachelor's degree started to fight with each other. In the end, of all the applicants from all over the country, He Ji-chu only recruited one person, Gu Nianji, AC University Faculty of Law undergraduate. He didn't even recruit a B University Faculty of Law graduate. B University's Faculty of Law were ranked first in the entire Huaxia Empire, while C University's Faculty of Law were ranked second at most. Therefore, there were many law students at B University who were not convinced. Miao Yunxiao and Yan Kehua had both applied for He Ji-chu's master's program at the time, but they didn't pass. In the end, they went to other master's programs taught by other professors. Yan Kehua nodded solemnly and said in a low voice, how can this be wrong? I've heard about it from a teacher in the faculty. Gu Nianji doesn't even go to class with us. Professor He makes all the arrangements. You're not even going to class with us. Why? Miao Yunxiao's face darkened. How can she be special? B University isn't an ordinary school. Even the officials and nobles in imperial capital wouldn't dare to give our principal a hard time, right? How can she ignore the school rules? Yan Kehua choked and looked at Miao Yunxiao strangely. What are you talking about? How could she ignore the school rules? We are graduate students. Graduate student. We're not undergraduate students. Our tutors can take full responsibility for our studies, and the faculty can't control us. Everyone is like that, so why do you think everyone is fighting to be He Ji-chu's graduate student? Miao Yunxiao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily after a while, what about the class meeting tonight? She's not going. Yan Kehua laughed. I'm here to talk about this. Brother Huang from Professor He asked me to pass on a message. He asked Gu Nianji to attend the class meeting with them tonight. She won't be coming with us. Miao Yunxiao's hands gripped the sofa so tightly she almost dug a hole in the fabric seat. When Gu Nianji came out after washing her face, she still didn't know that her admission to He Ji-chu's postgraduate program had already been discussed in the living room. Yan Kehua was about to say something when she heard the door open. She looked up to see that Gu Nianji had already come out. She quickly stopped herself and stood up sheepishly. Classmate Gu, I'm Yan Kehua. I'm the class representative for postgraduate class 1. Gu Nianji was supposed to be in class 1 according to the class allocation. She nodded to Yan Kehua. Hello, classmate Yan. May I ask why you were looking for me? Yen Kehua quickly replied, I have something to discuss. Do you know Brother Huang from Professor He's team? Gu Nianji froze before remembering that Brother Huang had interned with her at the U.S. Congress last year. Oh. Brother Huang. But isn't he a PhD student? Gu Nianji was confused. I'm a master's student. She was a master's student. People would think she was out of her mind if she had a meeting with a PhD student. It's like this. Because you're the only master's student that professor he recruited, he's in charge of all your studies. This includes your class schedule, monthly postgraduate stipends, social practice, and thesis reports. They're all from Professor He. Yen Kehua explained enthusiastically to Gu Nianji. Go over there tonight. Brother Huang should have more things to tell you. Attending the university, other than student registration, there were other things to do. For example, she had to apply for a card so that the stipend would be directly transferred to her card. She also had to apply for a student ID, library ID, and other necessary documents. Yin Shixiang only helped Gu Nianji with the registration and student registration. She still had to apply for a card herself. However, to apply for a card, she needed proof from the faculty before she could go to the relevant departments. Now that Yen Kehua said that all stipends would be paid by He Zhichu, she had to go to Brother Huang from He Zhichu's team to apply for a card. Gu Nianji smiled. Thank you, classmate Yen. You said it just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to eat tomorrow. The school cafeteria used a card to pay. Without a card, you couldn't go to the student cafeteria. You had to go to the restaurants on campus that were open to the public. Of course, the price was worlds apart. For the same food, students would only pay 1/5 of what they would pay in restaurants with their cards. Although Gu Nianji didn't lack money, she didn't want to be different from other students. She was supposed to eat in the cafeteria anyway, so why would she give money to another restaurant? Moreover, it was the same food, and the same owner. Oh. You haven't applied for a card yet? Yen Kehua was envious. I heard Professor He's stipends are great. Our faculty gets a monthly stipend of 500 renminbi, and the rest depends on our instructors. If you work for them, you'll get extra stipends. Professor He's stipends are the highest. Really? Miao Yunxiao was listening intently. Who did you hear that from? Brother Huang and the others. Yen Kehua acted like they knew each other very well. Brother Huang and I are both in the Graduate Student Council, so we often hear them talk about it. Every time we students go out to eat, Professor He's PhD students pay the bill when we don't have funds. They're really rich. I heard helping Professor He with cases can earn tens of thousands of RMB a month. That much? Even Gu Nianji was shocked. You don't have a job yet. You're just doing a part-time job. She couldn't wait to get started. Although Hu Xiaoheng treated her very well and was very generous, Gu Nianji still wanted to rely on her own ability to earn money. Moreover, she was only dating Hu Xiaoheng. She wasn't his family yet, so she couldn't let him spend too much money on her. Gu Nianji had the ambition to find a good job, get promoted, get a raise, become a partner in 5 years, marry Hu Xiaoheng, and reach the pinnacle of her life. At that time, no one would say she wasn't good enough for Hu Xiaoheng. Deep down, Gu Nianji was still worried that others wouldn't approve of her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't want to be a burden to Hu Xiaoheng. She was proud of Hu Xiaoheng, and she wanted him to be proud of her. It's not really a part-time job, right? Yen Kehua saw Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly light up. She looked very interested and couldn't help asking, Oh. You want to do a part-time job? Are you really short on money? Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. Yeah, I'm short on money, so I want to start working early. Oh right, classmate Yen, do you know about early graduation? Does our school have a rule about that? I think so, you can check the department's website. I've seen it before. Yen Kahua said casually. She glanced at Gu Nianji again and secretly thought about what she was wearing. She was wearing a cashmere sweater. He couldn't tell what brand it was and the style was very low-key. However, the quality and cut were obviously very good. It definitely wasn't from a street stall. Her pants were also very fitting. The dark gray trousers accentuated her legs from the waist down. They were probably made of pure wool. Looking at her skin and hairstyle, she didn't look like she was short on money at all. Miao Yunxiao suddenly asked, Gu Nianji, can I see your watch? Gu Nianji glanced at her. Do you want to know what time it is? She lifted her wrist to look at it. It's almost 4:30 in the afternoon. Miao Yunxiao narrowed her eyes and looked at it again before saying, What brand is your watch? The style looks familiar. Vulgari, it should be this brand. It was a women's watch that Hu Xiaoheng had specially asked Vulgari to make for her. It was a couple's watch with Hu Xiaoheng's limited edition men's watch. It was one of a kind in the world. I think my uncle also has a watch like that, but it looks a bit different from yours. Miao Yunxiao said dryly. That's why I wanted to see it, but it's fine if you don't want to show it to me. Gu Nianji retracted her hand and smiled. I can show my things to whoever I want. Classmate Miao, what do you mean by that? This was the first night watch. A reminder about the monthly and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes on Monday. The second night watch was still 1 p.m. Tomorrow at the third night watch, 10,000 words to thank Huaishuan, my dear friend, for the immortal fate. Mwah. Chapter 369. Miao Yunxiao clicked her tongue and turned to look at their class representative, Yen Kahua. Kahua, did you see that? Professor, he specially recruited students are just different, they don't care about us at all. Yen Kahua glanced at Gu Nianji, then at Miao Yunxiao. Although she didn't think much of it, she still smiled and said, Classmate Gu was just joking with you. Yunxiao, you're a magnanimous person, so don't take it to heart with a little classmate. She winked at Gu Nianji as if she knew what was going on. What do you mean by little classmate? Miao Yunxiao mimicked Gu Nianji's tone and winked as well. Yen Kahua patted her shoulder, you don't know. Gu Nianji is only 18. She's already a master's student. Everyone just saw her information in the faculty's office, it's already spread. Gu Nianji's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't understand how everyone could see her information in the faculty's office. It was clearly a personal matter and only the teachers who managed the information had the right to see it. Gu Nianji rested her hand on the sofa armrest and asked with interest, Oh? You saw my information in the faculty's office. Who else saw it? Our student council was having a meeting in the small office over at the faculty's office today. Our class counselor, Professor Gui Suyao, saw your information when she came to the department's archives to look up your information. She was full of praise. Yen Kahua clapped her hands with a smile and said enviously, Brother Huang was also there and said he already knew you. You interned with him at the U.S. Congress last year, right? Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so the counselor saw it. Fortunately, as their class counselor, it was her duty to look up the students' information. Yeah, Teacher Gui saw it. After she saw it, she was shocked. When she told us, we didn't believe it, so she took out your file and showed it to everyone. Yen Kahua said with a smile and made an okay gesture. Well, I've passed the message. Yunxiao, our class meeting tonight is in Building 4, Room 324. Nianji, you have to go to Professor He's office for a meeting with his PhD students. Where's Professor He's office? Gu Nianji asked tactfully. She only knew that He Zhichu lived in the professor's building at B University, but she didn't know where his office was. Yen Kahua gave her an address, and Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. That address was He Jichu's residence. Doesn't Professor He have a special office? Gu Nianji was confused. He doesn't even come to the faculty. He's a professor and a lawyer hired by a top foreign school. How could he work like a normal teacher? Miao Yunxiao scoffed at her argument. Look at who he is. Yes, our Yunxiao knows the most. Look at how capable you are. Yan Kehua smiled as she put her arm around Miao Yunxiao's shoulder, treating her like she was trying to please her. Gu Nianji looked at them calmly. Miao Yunxiao naturally accepted Yan Kehua's flattery and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She said to Yan Kehua, Professor, he is preparing his lectures at his place, right? Yes, I heard from Brother Huang that Professor He's house is incredibly big. There are 4 of them, so it's more than enough for a classroom. Yan Kehua nodded with a smile and said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, you're lucky. We're not as lucky. Miao Yunxiao glanced at Gu Nianji and pulled Yan Kehua into her room. Come, let's talk inside. Classmate Gu isn't in our class anymore, so she probably doesn't want to hear about things that have nothing to do with her. Isn't that right, classmate Gu? Gu Nianji's eyes darkened as she looked over. Her pupils were as black as the sun, like 2 polished obsidian stones. Her eyes shone brightly but were so dark that it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Miao Yunxiao had always been good at reading people's expressions and knew what to do to provoke the other person's emotions. But she wasn't so sure about Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji seemed to be very angry at her words but didn't react as Miao Yunxiao expected. Miao Yunxiao had already labeled Gu Nianji as a shrewd person, and now that she knew she was only 18 years old, she had an unwavering determination. Her shrewdness wasn't just average. Miao Yunxiao didn't like shrewd girls like Gu Nianji. She knew how to hide her thoughts at such a young age and had bad character. She pursed her lips and pulled Yan Kehua into her room. As soon as the door closed, Yan Kehua excitedly whispered in Miao Yunxiao's ear, also, I saw in Gu Nianji's file that her parents died and she's an orphan. Miao Yunxiao's heart thumped and she couldn't help clapping her hands together. That's right. I was wondering why she seemed so strange and always had a bone to pick with me. I've been tolerating her for so long, so it turns out I know too much. She gestured with her hand, making a chop gesture at her neck. What do you mean you know too much? Yan Kehua was shocked. What do you know? She's not simple. Miao Yunxiao whispered. You said her parents died and she's an orphan, but she was able to study all the way to graduate school. She's also very vain and is very particular about her appearance. I just went to see the skincare and makeup in her room and they're all branded goods. Even my cousin can't afford some of them. How do you think an orphan like her can afford these things? Oh. Yan Kehua gasped. Your cousin whose father is the deputy chief of staff of the military. That's the daughter of a high-ranking military official. Yes. Miao Yunxiao became reserved. But my cousin is very nice. She's never looked down on people like other children of high-ranking officials. She loves to mingle with us commoners. Also, she didn't rely on my uncle's influence to find a good job after graduating from university. Instead, she went to work as a civilian police officer. Your uncle's family is really nice. Yan Kehua praised from the bottom of her heart. Especially your cousin. You should invite her over when you have time in the future. My cousin came to be university once and I walked around with her for most of the day. Later, she invited me to her house for dinner. You have no idea how heavily guarded that place was. There were sentries every few steps. Miao Yunxiao began to tell Yan Kehua about the time she went to her uncle's house for dinner. Although she recounted it many times and Yan Kehua listened to it many times, neither of them grew tired of it. Every time they talked about that dinner, there would always be something new. Gu Nianji shook her head speechlessly when she saw the man closing the door in her face. She returned to her room. She went to the bathroom to clean up and suddenly noticed that a few of her skincare bottles were placed the wrong way. Influenced by Hu Xiaoheng, she always placed her things in the right order from front to back and left to right. She even remembered which side of the bottle was facing the outside. It was obvious that several bottles were placed the wrong way on the sink. Gu Nianji had been in a hurry to take off her mask and wash her face, so she didn't notice the change. Now that she began to pack her things, she realized something was different. She looked at it with a sullen expression for a while before finally walking to Miao Yunxiao's room and knocking. "Classmate Miao, are you in there?" Miao Yunxiao and Yan Kehua were whispering and exchanging opinions about Gu Nianji when they heard her knock. They couldn't pretend they weren't there and could only open the door. Miao Yunxiao asked Gu Nianji sternly, "Classmate Gu, what do you want? Don't you know that it's rude to knock like that? We were talking in the room when you knocked on the door and gave us a fright. If it's rude to knock, then why are you touching my things in the bathroom of my room?" Gu Nianji grabbed all the skincare and makeup products on the sink. "You've already touched these things. I don't need them anymore." She loosened her grip and the bottles fell into the trash can by Miao Yunxiao's door. Yan Kehua's jaw dropped when she saw the brands. LoveLore threw them away just like that. Yan Kehua squatted in front of the trash can and counted the brands. Miao Yunxiao's face flushed and she sneered, "What do you mean? I'm just taking a look. Why are you acting like this? Who knows if you only looked or added something to my makeup and skincare products?" Gu Nianji retorted without hesitation, "I don't want to risk disfigurement." "You're slandering me." Miao Yunxiao's eyes widened and her face paled. "Why would I add something to your makeup? Who do you think I am? Who knows who you are?" "I don't care and don't want to know," Gu Nianji said coldly. "But you snuck into my room and touched my things. That's a thief. Strictly speaking, I can call the police." "Nonsense. I didn't steal anything from you, you can't accuse me." Miao Yunxiao panicked. She really only went to look and saw the brands her cousin used. She picked them up to study and thought they were fake. She didn't expect them to be real, but I'm curious, I remember I locked the door when I left. How did you get in? Gu Nianji crossed her arms and didn't want to let Miao Yunxiao go. This girl was full of tricks and Gu Nianji didn't think she needed to accommodate her. Hu Xiaoheng had taught her to either tolerate or leave when dealing with people she didn't like. It was the first day of school and she didn't want to live like this for the next 2.5 years. Yan Kehua was also shocked. "You locked the door?" "No way. How could you get in if you locked Yunxiao? Also, Yunxiao comes from a good family and has money. Why would she do something like that?" "But you..." Yan Kehua spoke up for Miao Yunxiao and looked Gu Nianji up and down. "Your family is average and both of your parents are dead. Everyone knows that, so where did you get the money to buy all these world-famous skincare and makeup products?" This was the second update with 3,000 words. Let me remind everyone about the monthly and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes on Monday. P.S. Chapter 363 has been released. Everyone can read it again. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 370. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and coldly blocked the door. She first said to Yan Kehua, "Classmate Yan, please take back what you just said. Otherwise, I'll sue you too." As she spoke, her eyes moved from Yan Kehua to Miao Yunxiao and then back to Yan Kehua. She then asked Miao Yunxiao, "You still haven't answered me, how did you get into my room?" Miao Yunxiao's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Gu Nianji's eyes. She had lived in this house alone for half a year, so of course she had the keys to 2 rooms. Gu Nianji had just moved in today, so Miao Yunxiao hadn't had time to hand over the extra keys to the faculty yet. "Don't dare to say. Do you also have a key to my room?" Gu Nianji had already guessed what was going on. She pointed at Miao Yunxiao and Yan Kehua and said, "Great, I can sue both of you now." "Sue me? Are you sure?" Yan Kehua panicked. "What did I say wrong? How dare you sue me? Didn't you hear that I'm trying to smooth things over for your own good?" Yan Kehua winked at Gu Nianji anxiously, telling her not to offend Miao Yunxiao. Yan Kehua came from an ordinary background, but she had been a straight-A student since she was a child. That was how she was able to enter the best law school in the Huaxia Empire, B University. If she really was sued, then there would be an ugly mark on her clean resume. Even if Gu Nianji didn't win, it would affect her future job search. Moreover, Miao Yunxiao's family background wasn't something normal students like them could compete with. She spoke up for Miao Yunxiao because she was afraid Gu Nianji didn't know Miao Yunxiao's background and would offend her. It wasn't easy for an orphan girl to become Professor He Jichu's graduate student in the B University Faculty of Law. She couldn't ruin her future because of a moment of willfulness. "Kehua, don't be a good person, she doesn't appreciate it at all." Miao Yunxiao clenched her fists. "You're not wrong. She's an orphan with both her parents dead, yet she uses such good skincare products and cosmetics. Everyone knows where she got her money from." "Where did my money come from? Tell me about it." As Gu Nianji spoke, she put her hand in her trouser pocket and secretly turned on the record button on her phone. Her phone had been modified by Zhao Liangzi, so it was the most convenient for recording and recording. "Who doesn't know? Stop pretending." Miao Yunxiao pouted. "Don't make me say anything nice." "Say it. I just met you today and you already know where I got my money. Are you a clairvoyant?" Gu Nianji put her hands in her trouser pockets and looked relaxed as she waited for Miao Yunxiao to fall into her trap. There's no need for foresight, just a simple deduction. Miao Yunxiao circled Gu Nianji. "You come from an ordinary family, your parents are both dead, you've always been studying, but you live a luxurious life. You're also quite pretty, so anyone with a brain would conclude that your money came from an unknown source. Maybe it's not clean at all." Gu Nianji took out her phone from her trouser pocket and pressed pause. She said to Miao Yunxiao and Yan Kehua, "Yes, what you said just now constitutes defamation of my reputation. I reserve the right to sue, depending on your future behavior." "You dare to sue me?" Miao Yunxiao couldn't hold it in anymore and held onto Yan Kehua's shoulder as she laughed. "Go ask around and find out who the presiding judge of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court is. Are you sure the court will accept your case if you sue me? If the court didn't accept it, how could she sue?" "Oh." Gu Nianji thought about it. "The presiding judge of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court is your relative." "Of course." Miao Yunxiao looked at her with amusement. "Do you still want to sue?" "Why not?" Gu Nianji shrugged. "Your relative should be avoiding my case because of the principle of avoiding suspicion. I don't believe he would dare to openly violate legal procedures and abuse his power for personal gain." Miao Yunxiao's expression changed. "What did you say?" "What? Are you scared? If your relative dares to abuse his power for personal gain, I'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court and sue your relative as well. What do you think? You've never sued a judge before, right?" Miao Yunxiao was speechless. The presiding judge of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court was also her uncle. Her mother had 3 sisters. Her mother was the only one who married a businessman. As for the other 2, one was married to a soldier, and the other was married to a judge. Both of them had higher statuses than her family. However, her family was rich, so the 3 families got along well. But if Gu Nianji really exposed her and took it all the way to the Supreme Court, even her own uncle wouldn't dare to speak up for her. Also, it was usually her family that begged her 2 uncles, so how could she really cause trouble for them? She was only scaring Gu Nianji earlier, and her classmates knew her background so they were polite to her. She didn't even need to bring up her uncles. She didn't expect Gu Nianji to refuse to even bring up two uncles this time. Could it be that Gu Nianji's sugar daddy was really rich and powerful? Miao Yunxiao couldn't help but think of the man she saw that morning. She had never seen such a handsome man, one look was enough to take her breath away. And the military vehicle Gu Nianji had taken to school, putting all the clues together, Miao Yunxiao didn't dare to act rashly. She finally suppressed the anger in her chest and said reluctantly to Gu Nianji, "Fine, classmate Gu, you win. It was my fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive me just this once." Yan Kehua was stunned, she had never seen Miao Yunxiao lower her head to anyone. Why did Gu Nianji say she was going to sue her, but she didn't say anything? Yan Kehua looked between Gu Nianji and Miao Yunxiao in shock and uncertainty. Gu Nianji already hated Miao Yunxiao to the core. It was because Miao Yunxiao's speculation of her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng had crossed Gu Nianji's bottom line. She didn't want to live with this kind of person. "Classmate Miao, if an apology works, why do we need the law?" Gu Nianji cocked her head. "I'll give you two choices. 1, move out of this dorm. 2, I'll go to court and sue you for defamation and attempted theft." Miao Yunxiao's face flushed red, she growled, "Gu Nianji, don't go too far. I already apologized and you still won't let it go. Don't think I'm afraid of you. You'll know who's going to lose face when this gets out." "Oh. So you still haven't given up on slandering my reputation?" Gu Nianji wouldn't let her go. "If you keep spouting nonsense like this, I'll sue you and you'll go to jail." It was because they were all law students that they looked down on the law but also took it seriously. They looked down on it because they knew what was going on and weren't like normal people who had never come into contact with the law and would be scared out of their wits at the mention of being sued. They took it seriously because they knew the serious consequences of the law. If an innocent person got involved in a lawsuit and was sentenced, then their entire life would be ruined. Yan Kehua and Miao Yunxiao watched Gu Nianji's aggressive and unyielding attitude and gradually grew timid. They didn't dare to argue with Gu Nianji anymore. Yan Kehua tugged on the corner of Miao Yunxiao's shirt and whispered, "Yunxiao, forget it, it's not right for us to speculate about our classmates." She said sincerely to Gu Nianji, "Classmate Gu, I was in the wrong today. I shouldn't have said something like that. We're law students and the law is all about presumption of innocence. What I said just now was really baseless and tarnishing your reputation. I'm sorry, please forgive me and give me a chance." Gu Nianji wasn't an unreasonable person, and Yan Kehua and Miao Yunxiao were different in nature. Her mind raced as she nodded and said gently, "Classmate Yan is willing to correct her mistakes, that's the best. Today's incident ends here and I won't hold you accountable. You're also the class representative, so I'm willing to give you a chance to see what happens in the future." Her words were soft but firm. She said she wouldn't pursue the matter this time, but she didn't completely let it go. She said, "See what happens in the future," to prevent any possibility of Yan Kehua betraying them in the future. Yan Kehua also understood what Gu Nianji meant. She was truly afraid and didn't have a family background like Miao Yunxiao's. She didn't dare to argue with someone like Gu Nianji, who was willing to sacrifice herself to bring down the emperor. "Thank you, classmate Gu. My message has been conveyed, so remember to go to Professor He's for the meeting tonight." "Alright, Yunxiao, I'll be going now. Come to our class meeting tonight." Yan Kehua hurriedly left Miao Yunxiao and Gu Nianji's dorm and returned to her own. Yan Kehua's dorm wasn't a 2-person dorm, but a 4-person dorm. After she left, only Gu Nianji and Miao Yunxiao were left in the dorm. Miao Yunxiao rolled her eyes and put her hand on the door handle. "Go, I'm closing the door." "Wait." Gu Nianji blocked the door with her foot. "We're not done yet." "What else is there? Didn't I already apologize?" Miao Yunxiao said impatiently, "And about you, I won't tell anyone else either. Don't worry about it." "Don't worry. What can't I tell anyone?" Gu Nianji sneered, what's there to worry about? Are you doing me a favor by not spreading rumors about me? I've never heard such ridiculous logic. Go away. Miao Yunxiao was furious and couldn't take Gu Nianji's pestering anymore. She pulled the door with all her might and tried to close it. Gu Nianji reacted quickly and kicked a stool from the wall over to block the door. Classmate Miao, I'm not joking. Gu Nianji looked at the trash can. This is evidence of you trying to steal from my room. Do you want to get the police to check your fingerprints? Miao Yunxiao was shocked and angry, but also a bit timid. She didn't dare continue to lose her temper with Gu Nianji. She was only a law student, unlike Gu Nianji who had gone to court for real. Whether it was her words or attitude, Gu Nianji had completely crushed her. What do you want? I've already apologized. Miao Yunxiao's nose twitched and she was about to cry. I've never embarrassed myself like this in my life. What more do you want? It's not what I want, it's what you want. Gu Nianji looked at her calmly. I just said you have two choices. First, move out of this dorm and I won't pursue it for now. Second, if you don't move, I'll sue you and make you live in jail. You'll have to move even if you don't want to. This was the first 3,000-word update. Today's third update was for the monthly and recommendation votes of the 10,000-word marriage proposal fans. The second update was at 2 p.m., for Huaishuan my darling, to add an update. The third update was at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 371. Miao Yunxiao looked at Gu Nianji nervously, her entire body trembling. Are you serious? You're going to court over something so small? You're tarnishing the school's reputation, the faculty won't support you. Why would I joke about something like that? Gu Nianji shook her head. Oh right, I do need to tell the counselor, but what does it matter if the faculty supports me or not? This is between you and me, I'm the one suing you. Does the faculty care about lawsuits between students? Miao Yunxiao gripped the door handle tightly to keep herself from falling to the ground. Gu Nianji's expression made Miao Yunxiao feel like she could really do something like that, but what did she do wrong? Who told her to have so many loopholes? Classmate. Classmate Gu, I'm begging you, I was wrong this time and I won't do it again. Let's be good classmates and roommates, okay? Miao Yunxiao was in Gu Nianji's shoes and had to bow down. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. No. Don't be so unreasonable. Miao Yunxiao was a bit annoyed that Gu Nianji wouldn't budge no matter how she begged. When people were angry, they became more courageous. Gu Nianji, you have to be reasonable. It's the first time we've met and we're classmates from the same faculty. Do you have to be so extreme? Miao Yunxiao's expression darkened. If you insist on me moving out, fine, we'll call the counselor first. Call the counselor. Sure. Gu Nianji calmly sat down on the sofa and moved the trash can to the side. Propping up her hand, she said, do you have the counselor's phone number? Call her right now. It's already very late, can't we do it tomorrow? Miao Yunxiao began to stall. She hadn't figured out who the man behind Gu Nianji was, and her logic and intuition told her to stop messing around with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's attitude was so resolute. Either she had a very powerful backer, or she was just a naive girl who didn't know her place. Neither type of person was easy to deal with, and it would be very troublesome to mess with them. Miao Yunxiao couldn't help frowning at her bad luck. Originally, living alone in this big house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room was quite good. However, halfway through, a roommate came and was not easy to get along with. If he was not careful, he would get into big trouble. Gu Nianji stared intently at Miao Yunxiao and didn't miss a single expression on her face. Is it that late? Gu Nianji raised her wrist to look at her watch. It's not even 5. But the counselor has her own business and we can't keep troubling her, Miao Yunxiao said tactfully. I thought a counselor's job was to take care of us students. That's her real job. How can you say it's troublesome for her to do her job? Gu Nianji laughed and picked up her phone. Forget it. I'll look up her number myself. Okay, I'll call her. Miao Yunxiao had no choice but to give in. She went back to the house to get her phone and called their counselor, Gue Suyao. Miss Gue, it's Miao Yunxiao. We've got some stuff going on in the dorm, can you come over? Miao Yunxiao asked carefully. Gue Suyao, the counselor for B University's post-grad Class 1, was in the law department office preparing for the evening meeting. She was the counselor for Class 1, so she had to attend the meeting. However, she was also a PhD student in the B University Faculty of Law. She had just been admitted as an in-service PhD student last year and had spent a lot of effort and even used her family's connections to officially become the PhD student of Harvard Law School's Professor He Zhichu. He Zhichu's students also had a meeting that evening and she didn't want to be absent. He Zhichu had only had 4 PhD students in the B University Faculty of Law before, 3 male and 1 female. The female was Gue Suyao. But now that He Zhichu had recruited a female master's student, the male-to-female ratio had gone from 3:1. Gue Suyao was curious and went to the faculty today to ask for Gu Nianji's file. She read it carefully several times but couldn't figure out what was so good about Gu Nianji. Over 1,000 students had applied to be He Zhichu's master's student, but he had only chosen one person. It was Gu Nianji, who had no family or background and both her parents had passed away. Gu Nianji didn't even have a B University Faculty of Law degree. The Hua Xia Empire's legal profession valued school rankings and peer groups the most. The B University Faculty of Law was where the top people in the legal profession came from. Other universities were inferior, such as C University Faculty of Law, which was second only to the B University Faculty of Law. Graduate students from B University had always looked down on graduate students from other schools. Gu Nianji's actions this time had shocked a lot of people. Gue Xiao typed out what she was going to say to Class 1 students that evening and planned to email it to them first. That way she could leave early and still make it to He Zhichu's meeting. She was in the middle of her work when Miao Yunxiao called. She didn't want to pick up at first, but when she glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Miao Yunxiao, she had no choice but to pick up. Yunxiao, what happened? Gue Xiao frowned. Did you get into an argument with your roommate? Miss Gue, you're so smart. I did get into an argument with my roommate. Miao Yunxiao paused and looked at Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa. Gu Nianji, the new student who moved in today, had a misunderstanding with me. Miss Gue, could you come over and help me sort things out? Gue Xiao's interest was piqued when she heard it was Gu Nianji. She also wanted to meet Gu Nianji and see what kind of person this girl who made He Zhichu look at her in a different light was. She had seen the 1-inch photo on the file, and although she was a very picky person and had seen many stunning beauties, she had to admit that Gu Nianji was a rare beauty. But that was all. Graduate students in the law faculty couldn't just rely on their looks to graduate. They also needed brains, hard work, and real skills. Gue Xiao hurriedly wrote an email about the evening meeting and sent it to Class 1. She said to Miao Yunxiao on the other end of the phone, "Okay, I'll be right there, give me 10 minutes." 10 minutes later, Gue Xiao arrived at Miao Yunxiao and Gu Nianji's dorm and knocked on the door. Miao Yunxiao opened the door with an obvious sigh of relief. "Miss Gue, you're so punctual." Gue Xiao smiled. "Punctuality is God's virtue. I always plan my time to the fullest and race against time." Miao Yunxiao led Gue Xiao inside. Gu Nianji stood up from the sofa. Miao Yunxiao introduced them. "Miss Gue, this is Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, this is our counselor, Miss Gue." Gue Xiao studied Gu Nianji carefully and saw that she only wore a very simple cashmere sweater and trousers. She didn't have any makeup on, but her fair skin was so tender it almost seemed like it was dripping water. Her large eyes were black and white with slightly sunken eye sockets that made her eyelids look large and deep. Her eyes were like an ancient well, calm and unfathomable. This girl was not simple. Gue Xiao also labeled Gu Nianji in her mind the same way Miao Yunxiao did. "Hello Miss Gue, I'm Gu Nianji." Gu Nianji gracefully extended her hand to Gue Xiao. Gue Xiao shook her hand and smiled. "Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Classmate Gu is much prettier than this profile photo." Gu Nianji felt a bit awkward. It was this young female counselor who took out her file from the department's archives and passed it around for everyone to see. Gu Nianji felt like her privacy had been severely violated. It was as uncomfortable as being stripped naked in broad daylight. "Miss Gue, we asked you here today to discuss classmate Miao's moving to the dorm." Gu Nianji suppressed her displeasure and tried to be polite and objective about what had just happened. Miao Yunxiao listened in silence, her face flushed red. Gue Xiao listened to Gu Nianji's account and looked at Miao Yunxiao in surprise. "Yunxiao, is that so? You can't just keep quiet." "She already said it, what else can I say?" Miao Yunxiao looked away, her eyes red. "If I've said anything wrong, you can add or correct." Gu Nianji thought Miao Yunxiao was too dramatic. She had just compared her family background with her and now she was acting pitiful. Gue Xiao patted Miao Yunxiao's back. Okay, we're all in the same class. What a coincidence to live in the same dorm. In my opinion, it's not a big deal. Both of you should take a step back and turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. That's it, okay. Miao Yunxiao looked down and nodded lightly. "I'll listen to Miss Gue." "That's right." Gue Xiao was very satisfied with Miao Yunxiao's attitude and turned to Gu Nianji. "Gu Nianji, you should take a step back too. Yunxiao has already apologized to you and you didn't lose anything. Just let it go." Gu Nianji raised a brow and pointed to the trash can next to the sofa. "Didn't lose anything. Miss Gue, it's my first day at school and I lost so many skincare and makeup products. You're saying I didn't lose anything?" Gue Xiao smiled at her. "You just said that you threw it into the trash yourself. You can't blame it on Yunxiao, can you?" Gu Nianji saw that the teacher was obviously taking sides and didn't want to be polite. "Miss Gue, I'm afraid you're reversing cause and effect." "I'm reversing cause and effect? Are you saying I'm illogical?" Gue Xiao was even more amused. "Classmate Gu, you're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. You're brave enough to say and do anything." "No, I'm just being reasonable." Gu Nianji stood up. "Since Miss Gue says so, I'll have to call the police to check fingerprints." "Fingerprints?" Gue Xiao's expression turned serious. "Gu Nianji, it was Yunxiao's fault to go to your room when you weren't around, but it shouldn't be enough to call the police, right? You were the one who threw these things. You said it yourself." This was the second 3,000-word update. It was the Immortal Book Fate added update 4, Why Xian Mine. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the third update. Mwah. Chapter 372. I threw it myself, but why did I throw it? That was because she had touched these things. She snuck into my room when I wasn't around and who knows what she did to these things. I don't dare use them again. Gu Nianji spread her hands and continued. 3 years ago, a serious criminal case happened at a university. Did you guys hear about it? What criminal case? There are so many cases at the university, who knows which one you're talking about? Miao Yunxiao looked at Gue Xiao with displeasure. Miss Gue, don't you think she's going too far? Not only did she want me to move out, but she also wants to sue me. Gue Xiao's heart skipped a beat and her expression turned serious. She recalled a case that indeed started from a roommate argument. Then, one of the dissatisfied roommates dripped something into their roommate's skincare products, which caused serious burns on the face of that roommate and completely disfigured her. Miss Gue, you must remember now. Gu Nianji relaxed a little. That case started from a roommate argument and ended with one serving over 10 years in prison and the other being disfigured and permanently disabled. Miao Yunxiao's heart sank when she saw Gue Xiao's expression change. Her face turned from red to white as she looked back and forth between Gu Nianji and Gue Xiao. Miss Gue, what case are you guys talking about? You don't remember. Even I almost forgot. Gue Xiao's expression grew more serious. Classmate Gu is right. She looked at Miao Yunxiao. How did you get the key to classmate Gu's room? Are you going to take all the responsibility if something happens to her? Miao Yunxiao was extremely embarrassed. She had thought she would be living alone in the suite, so she had asked the dormitory tutor for the key to the other room. Miao Yunxiao was supposed to return the key when Gu Nianji came to report in, but she wanted to continue living alone, so of course she wouldn't return it so easily. It's great that Miss Gue remembers the case so I don't have to waste my breath. Gu Nianji was indeed a bit thirsty after speaking so much. Miss Gue, please wait for a moment, I'll be right back. Gu Nianji got up and walked back to her room. She took out 2 bottles of water from the small refrigerator and handed one to Gue Xiao. Miss Gue, please have some water. Gue Xiao took the bottle of water but didn't open it right away. After a moment of silence, she said to Miao Yunxiao, Yunxiao, you really crossed the line today. But I already apologized. Miao Yunxiao was on the verge of tears as she pointed at Gu Nianji. Do you really want me to move her away before you stop? Gue Xiao looked at Gu Nianji and saw her determined expression. Gue Xiao couldn't persuade her further and finally said to Miao Yunxiao, I think classmate Gu's request is very reasonable. As long as you move out, you'll be able to avoid a lawsuit. Think about it, don't you agree? From this point of view, moving out was not an unacceptable thing. However, B University's graduate student dormitory was a 2-person dormitory with its own bathroom. The other dormitories had 4 people sharing one bathroom. Although the cost of accommodation in this building was much more expensive, everyone still fought to stay here. If she moved out, it would be very difficult to stay here again. Gue Xiao was also in a dilemma. Finally, she said, how about you ask other students if they're willing to switch dormitories with you? She then asked for Gu Nianji's opinion. Classmate Gu, what do you think? Would you be willing if someone else lived with you? Gu Nianji thought about it and nodded. Sure, as long as classmate Miao moves out and doesn't live with me. Who she lives with has nothing to do with me. Gue Xiao sighed in relief. Her opinion of Gu Nianji had changed a lot. Although this girl was stubborn, she wasn't unreasonable and didn't know how to bend the rules. She now understood why He Jichu chose Gu Nianji to be his master's student out of thousands of people. Okay, go ask who's willing to switch dormitories with you now. Gue Xiao said to Miao Yunxiao, hurry up and find someone. We'll move tomorrow. No, I'll move tonight. Gu Nianji didn't want to stay with Miao Yunxiao for even one night. Since Miao Yunxiao couldn't control her mouth or legs, Gu Nianji would help her by reminding her not to be too nosy and stick her hands too far into other people's pockets. This would also be a lesson for Miao Yunxiao. Gue Xiao sighed and said to Miao Yunxiao, you move today. Don't delay it anymore. You have to move anyway. But who am I supposed to find to switch dormitories in such a short time? Miao Yunxiao's nose turned sour and she actually started crying. The 3 people in the living room didn't speak for a while. Only Miao Yunxiao's occasional sobs could be heard. Gue Xiao waited for a while before asking Gu Nianji, classmate Gu, no, she has to move today. Gu Nianji said firmly, based on what she's done, it's more than enough to sue her in court. I'm only asking her to move now. If she's going to make excuses, then why should I back down? Her words were so convincing that Gue Suya was almost speechless. Miao Yunxiao wiped her tears and was about to speak when someone knocked on the door. She turned around to see Gu Nianji already saying, "Come in." The door opened and the other girl Gu Nianji had seen in the elevator poked her head in to ask, "Do you guys want dinner?" She then saw Gue Suya was also there and stuck her tongue out mischievously. "Oh, I didn't see Miss Gue here too." "Chi-Chi, come on in." Gue Suyao's heart skipped a beat and called her in. "Yunxiao wants to switch dormitories. Are you willing to switch with her?" "Oh. Why would I want to switch dormitories all of a sudden?" Ma Chi-Chi looked at Miao Yunxiao and then at Gu Nianji to see one was crying and the other had a sullen expression. She instantly understood. If you guys don't mind, I don't mind either." Ma Chi-Chi smiled as she took Miao Yunxiao's hand and then Gu Nianji's. Okay, if you guys don't want to stay together, you can switch with me. My room is diagonally across from here." Miao Yunxiao and Gue Suya were very happy that Ma Chi-Chi agreed to switch dormitories without hesitation. Gu Nianji had a good impression of Ma Chi-Chi and her straightforward personality suited her, so she didn't object and only reminded her, "You have to finish moving before going to bed tonight." Then she asked Miao Yunxiao for her room key. Miao Yunxiao said coldly, "I have to return the key to the faculty. If I didn't mention it, you wouldn't have remembered to return the key. I don't want to worry every day about whether someone has snuck into my dorm." Gu Nianji looked at Gue Suyao. "Miss Gue, I want to change the lock. The faculty is so lax in their management that I'm worried about my safety." This time it was 100% Miao Yunxiao's fault and no one could clear her name. Miao Yunxiao couldn't keep her face straight anymore and embarrassed herself in front of Ma Chi-Chi again. She burst into tears and ran to her room. Gu Nianji called after her, "You have to remember to move even if you're crying." Ma Chi-Chi giggled and said to Gu Nianji, "I didn't think you'd be so interesting. I'm looking forward to living with you now." Gu Nianji took her hand. "New roommate, let's have a good time living together." Gue Suyao saw that the two of them were already friends and couldn't help being amused. "You still have to go to the faculty to complete the paperwork to change dormitories. Chi-Chi, you and Yunxiao can come to my office tomorrow to get the paperwork, then go to the faculty office to reapply for the dormitories." "Okay, Miss Gue, I'll go tomorrow." Ma Chi-Chi went to pack her things. Gue Suyao also said, "That's all, I'll be going now." She and Ma Chi-Chi left the dorm together. Gu Nianji looked at Miao Yunxiao's tightly shut door and bent down to pick up the trash can and put it in her room. Miao Yunxiao began packing as soon as she returned to her room. Luckily the two dorms were close so she and Ma Chi-Chi helped each other and finished moving everything by 6 p.m. Ma Chi-Chi was now living in Miao Yunxiao's old room and Miao Yunxiao was living in Ma Chi-Chi's old room. When Gu Nianji came back from dinner, she saw that her roommate had changed from the lifeless Miao Yunxiao to the energetic Ma Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi was about the same height as Gu Nianji at around 1.7 meters with slender eyebrows and handsome eyes. Her hair was combed into a ponytail and she had an indescribable heroic air about her. "Oh. You finished moving already?" Gu Nianji greeted her with a smile and asked, "I have some snacks, do you want some?" "I'm going to eat dinner, so I won't eat these snacks. But you can keep some and we can eat together when you come back tonight." Ma Chi-Chi took a small piece of pea cake from Gu Nianji's hand and put it in her mouth to take a sip. The cake almost melted in her mouth and was delicious. She hummed and closed her eyes to enjoy the delicious taste. It was only a small piece of pea cake, but she looked drunk from the way she ate it. Gu Nianji laughed and asked her, "You like pea cake too?" "I like all kinds of glutinous things." Ma Chi-Chi expressed that not only pea cake, but she also liked rolling donkey, bean cakes unique to the Northeast, and sticky bean buns. Gu Nianji listened intently. Sticky bean buns. It sounds delicious just from the name. "You like to eat glutinous things too?" Gu Nianji nodded. I like it, but I can't eat too much. It'll make my stomach hurt. Pfft. As long as there's good food, who cares if my stomach hurts? I'll only know after I eat it anyway. Ma Chichi said excitedly and sat across from Gu Nianji. She ate another piece of rolling donkey before standing up. Where did you buy these little cakes? I've never had such delicious pea cake and rolling donkey before. I've wasted my last 20 years. Gu Nianji giggled at her teasing and said, my friend bought them for me. I'll ask him where he bought them when I have time. Okay, you must remember to tell me. Ma Chichi said seriously, I can only let good food and beautiful women down in my life. Beauty, you must remember to tell me where to buy good food. It was the third watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 373. You're exaggerating. Gu Nianji smiled until her eyes curved into two crescent moons. She covered her mouth with her hand, and the back of her hand was as white as jade. Her originally pure eyes narrowed and slanted because of her smile, and there was a hint of seductiveness in them that made them look watery. Although Ma Chichi was a woman and a straight woman at that, her heart skipped a beat when she saw it. She shook her head and covered Gu Nianji's eyes with a smile. Demon. You're too demon. Nianji, don't look at me with such seductive eyes again. Be careful that I don't turn gay. Gu Nianji couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed until her stomach hurt. The two of them joked around in the living room, and their laughter traveled all the way to the hallway. A classmate from next door poked her head in to look and laughed. Oh. It's really different now that someone else is living here. This house used to be so lifeless, and everyone had to tiptoe when passing by, afraid to disturb Her Highness's fragile nerves. Gu Nianji was speechless. Who was she talking about? Ma Chichi walked over to push the girl's head and laughed. You talk too much. It's not as ridiculous as you make it out to be. Oh right, I think you have to speak at the class meeting tonight. Are you ready? Oh. I forgot. Thanks for the reminder, Chi-Chi. The girl quickly slipped back to her dorm. Gu Nianji glanced at Ma Chi-Chi and felt that not only was she straightforward, but she also didn't like to talk behind people's backs. She was indeed a good girl with a good character. Ma Chi-Chi turned around, but Gu Nianji had already looked away. She said to her, the cafeteria is about to close. Aren't you going to eat? Oh. I forgot. I had too much fun eating the pea cake. Ma Chi-Chi almost jumped up as she spoke. She rushed to her room to grab her purse and rushed out the door. Gu Nianji couldn't straighten her back from laughing and slumped on the sofa alone. After a long time, she realized that her cheeks were a bit stiff. She had been smiling the whole time. The sky gradually darkened. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already 7 o'clock. He Jichu's meeting was reportedly pushed to 8:30 to accommodate one of his doctoral student schedules. Class 1's meeting started at 7:30. After dinner, Ma Chi-Chi would go straight to Class 1's classroom for the meeting. This meant that Gu Nianji would have an hour to herself. She got up from the sofa and went to her room to continue organizing her books and clothes. Not long after, Hu Xiaoheng's phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly got up from behind the desk and ran to the bed to get her phone, but she tripped over the stool in the middle of the room. She rolled on the ground and almost rolled forward to the side of the bed. She grabbed her phone from the edge of the bed and hurriedly swiped it open. Hello. She panted. Is this Hu Xiao? Hu Xiaoheng held a cigarette in one hand as he sat on the balcony of the suite on the second floor of the official residence, lost in thought. There was a cup of tea on the small coffee table beside him, as well as an oval sky blue porcelain saucer with 2 small tea pastries on it. Hu Xiaoheng didn't like this kind of sweet and sticky taste, but she wasn't by his side. Seeing what she liked to eat made him feel better. Taking another bite of the tea was as intoxicating as the taste of her in his mouth. Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the phone. It was low and magnetic, like a cello by the stream at night. Mixed with the steam, it was intoxicating. Gu Nianji panted and said, Hua Xiao. Have you had dinner? Yes, have you eaten? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his fingers around the sky-blue porcelain saucer and listened carefully to Gu Nianji's voice. He realized she was slightly panting. What's wrong? Did you just exercise? No, I was in a hurry just now and tripped. I'm sitting on the floor now to call you. Gu Nianji laughed and sat cross-legged on the corner of the bed. Hurry. What's the hurry? Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette in his hand and shook the ash in the ashtray. If it's urgent, then I'm hanging up. No. Gu Nianji panicked. I tripped and fell because I was in a hurry to answer your call. If you hang up again, wouldn't I have tripped for nothing? So you're blaming me? Hua Xiaoheng's low chuckle came from the phone like a small hand playing with her earlobe. Gu Nianji covered her pounding chest with her hand and thought to herself, Hua Xiao, can you tease me a little more? Tease me a little more, or I'll eat you up. Of course it's your fault. Gu Nianji said angrily. If you called me more often, I wouldn't be so flustered when I hear your phone ring. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up imperceptibly. He deliberately teased her. Things are precious when they are rare, so you should call even less in the future. No way. Gu Nianji panicked and stood up abruptly. The bruise on her leg hit the corner of the bed again, and she finally couldn't help but groan. Hua Xiaoheng's smile quickly faded and he also stood up. Nianji. What's wrong? Gu Nianji was in so much pain that she couldn't speak for a long time. She gripped the phone tightly and rubbed her leg as she slumped on the bed. After a long time, she finally said in a muffled voice. The bruise just now hit again. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless for a long time before reprimanding her quietly. Looks like your training will have to resume again. You're staggering in your own room. How long has it been since you last trained? How long has it been since you last ran? Gu Nianji cried internally. She wanted to hang up, but she couldn't bear to. Her expression was very conflicted. She simply clutched the bruise on her leg and whimpered. It hurts. My leg hurts so much. Sob, sob, sob. It's bruised and swollen. Hua Xiaoheng understood Gu Nianji's little trick very well. She was deliberately changing the topic and exaggerating the pain to make his heart ache. It really hurts. It really hurts. It hurts so much. Look, it's all swollen. Gu Nianji rolled up her trousers and revealed her fair calf. The bruise in the middle of her calf was very obvious. Gu Nianji turned on the camera on her phone and took a photo to send to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the photo, his expression still calm. It's only a little bruise. It's nothing. Stop pretending. If you keep pretending, I'll bring you back. You'll have to run 10 kilometers of cross-country every day and do physical training. The same intensity as the special forces. Hua Xiaoheng had to admit that he knew Gu Nianji too well. As soon as she heard this, she immediately pulled down her trousers and walked around the room. Kicking her legs, she said, Hua Xiao, it's fine. I'm fine, really. I just walked around the room a few times and nothing happened. Don't worry about me anymore. Just work hard and protect the country. There's nothing for you to worry about here. Hua Xiaoheng's smile gradually widened. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a little bruise. I'll apply some ointment and it'll be fine tomorrow. Gu Nianji patted her legs and pretended to be very proud. That's good. Hu Xiaoheng lay back on the rattan lounge chair and looked ahead quietly. The night was dark and cold. The night sky was dotted with stars and the forest in the distance was bleak. Only a rough outline could be seen. He looked up at the night sky and finally said, "Nianji, do you remember the name Gu Xiangwen?" Gu as in caring, Xiang as in auspicious, and Wen as in writing. Gu Xiangwen. Who's that? Gu Nianji had no idea what Hu Xiaoheng was talking about. Does it have anything to do with me? Because her surname was also Gu, and Hu Xiaoheng specifically asked, Gu Nianji couldn't help but think in that direction. Is he my relative? Gu Nianji asked again. She thought hard and searched her memory repeatedly, but she couldn't find the name Gu Xiangwen. Hu Xiaoheng knew this name because Gu Nianji had said it while unconscious during the bone marrow transplant surgery for Song Jining. When she woke up, she couldn't remember what she had said at all. Hu Xiaoheng was the only one present at the time and heard her mention the name. Because it was an important matter, he only told Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang. He couldn't tell anyone else, so he didn't even have someone to discuss it with now. Hu Xiaoheng lay on the wicker chair with one arm across his forehead to cover his eyes. The other hand was still holding a cigarette. He hadn't smoked in a long time, so the cigarette ignited silently in the darkness and lit up little by little. Nianji, you really don't remember knowing someone called Gu Xiangwen? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and asked, this is very important. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. Her mind was blank as she tried to search for the parts of her memory that she had lost. After a while, she opened her eyes and took the phone to see that it was still connected. She said, "Hello, Hu Xiaoheng, are you still there?" "Yeah." Hu Xiaoheng's voice sounded tired. "Do you remember?" Gu Nianji was now certain that it had something to do with her lost memory, but she really couldn't remember anyone with this name. She asked carefully, "Hu Xiaoheng, can you give me more clues so I can think about it?" How would she connect the dots if he only gave her a name? More clues. Hu Xiaoheng repeated Gu Nianji calmly. Yes, there are more clues. For example, how old is he, where he's from, what he looks like, what he does for a living, etc. Gu Nianji rubbed her leg as she got up. Looking at her watch, it was already past 8. She had to get ready to go to Hejichu's for a meeting. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. If he knew how old Gu Xiangwen was, where he was from, what he looked like, and what he did for a living, why would he ask Gu Nianji? Gu Nianji looked in the mirror and realized that she had just fallen and wrinkled her pants. It would be very rude to wear it out. She held her phone in one hand and took off her cashmere sweater and trousers with the other. She changed into a thick cashmere dress, put on thermal stockings, and put on a pair of boots. At the same time, she packed her wallet, keys, and small laptop into a backpack. When she was done, she realized that Hu Xiaoheng was still silent. She quickly asked, "Hu Xiaoheng?" Hu Xiaoheng snapped out of his daze. "What's up?" "I have to go to a meeting." Gu Nianji looked at her watch. "There's still 10 minutes left. I have to run over." This was the first 3,000-word update. Today, I'll continue with the monthly and recommendation votes of the marriage seekers at the third update. The second update was at 2 in the afternoon to add 2 updates for the Heaven's Little Beggar promotion. The third update was at 7 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 374. Okay, go do what you need to do. Hu Xiaoheng paused. "I'm hanging up now." He hung up without hesitation. Gu Nianji anxiously said hello a few times, but when she realized that Hu Xiaoheng had hung up without hesitation, she sighed speechlessly. For Hu Xiaoheng, relationships really weren't his forte. Gu Nianji smiled as she put her phone in her backpack and carried it downstairs. Hu Xiaoheng put his phone on the small coffee table beside him and closed his eyes as he lay on the wicker chair, lost in thought. It wasn't even the 15th of the first month yet, so the nights in the imperial capital were extremely cold. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't feel cold at all. He lay on the wicker chair and closed his eyes to rest. The cold air calmed his mind and allowed him to think without any external disturbances. A lot of things circled around in his mind. They seemed random and unrelated, but he always vaguely felt that there was an invisible thread that connected seemingly unrelated people or things together. However, he couldn't figure out what this connection would lead to. But he didn't have much time left. If he still didn't have a clue, everything about Gu Nianji might no longer be under his control, and he might have no choice but to hand her over. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the wicker chair, and the tapping sound echoed rhythmically in the night air. Gu Nianji carried her backpack and hurried through the streets of B University. She recognized the location of He Jichu's professor's building, so she arrived in less than 10 minutes. She told the guard He Jichu's name, and the guard had her sign before saying, "Professor, he is waiting for you for a meeting." Gu Nianji was shocked and asked, "He's waiting for me alone?" "Yes, he just called to ask if you're here." Gu Nianji rushed into the elevator and thought to herself, didn't he postpone the meeting because of a PhD student? Why is everyone here before 8:30? What a scam, Gu Nianji muttered to herself as she took the elevator to the 28th floor. He Jichu's room was to the left of the elevator. When Gu Nianji came out of the elevator, she saw He Jichu on the phone in the hallway. He stood with his side facing the elevator. He was wearing a very casual light blue cashmere pullover, revealing the white collar of his shirt and dark brown trousers. The seams of his trousers were so straight that they looked like they had been cut with a paper knife. He had one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding his phone. The expression on his face was very cold, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He had a stern aura. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and greeted him softly. "Professor He." He Jichu saw Gu Nianji as soon as she came out of the elevator. He hung up the phone and turned to look at her. His shimmering peach blossom eyes were calm, and there was no longer the hostility they had when they last met. Gu Nianji calmed down a little and said, "Professor He, I'm not late, am I?" She raised her wrist and looked at her watch. "It's only 8:30. He Jichu glanced at her watch and froze for a full minute before saying, "Your watch looks very unique." Gu Nianji touched her wrist and discreetly pulled down the sleeves of her dress to cover her watch. "It's all right. It was a gift from someone. I only accepted it because it looked very elegant." A sharp look flashed across He Jichu's eyes. Before Gu Nianji looked up, He Jichu's eyes had already returned to their usual coldness. He turned to walk to his room. "Come in. We were waiting for you." Gu Nianji jogged to catch up to him. She was neither too close nor too far away from him. Her smile was bright and clear. He Jichu quietly turned his head away and opened the door to enter. As soon as the door opened, voices could be heard from inside. "Is Professor He here? I rushed over after the class meeting. I didn't think I would be the last one." The first voice was a woman's. Gu Nianji thought it sounded somewhat familiar. "Where's little sister? Didn't you say she was coming today?" The second voice was a forthright man's. His voice was a bit rough, but his voice was deep and not unpleasant. "You don't want little sister this and little sister that. Do you think you're Ling Hu Chong?" Gu Nianji recognized Brother Huang's voice immediately. She pursed her lips and smiled. He Jichu's cold expression happened to turn around. When he saw Gu Nianji smile, he couldn't help but smile as well. He quickly realized it was inappropriate and turned to walk straight into the room. He crossed his legs and sat down on the large single-seater sofa. There was a circle of sofas in the middle of the living room. He Jichu's large sofa was at the head. There were corner sofas on both sides and a rectangular coffee table in the middle. Two people sat on the sofas on either side of the coffee table. They must be Hijichu's doctoral students. On the left were two men. One was Brother Huang, whom Gu Nianji was familiar with. On the right was a man and a woman. The woman was the counselor Gu Nianji had met in the afternoon, Gue Suyao. Gu Nianji didn't bother to greet Brother Huang. She stared at Gue Suyao with a blank expression. Hijichu shifted on the large single-seater sofa and crossed his legs. He said to Gu Nianji, "What are you standing there for? Come and sit." But where was she going to sit? Gu Nianji didn't know whether to enter or leave the room. She awkwardly raised her hand in greeting. "Hi, hello." Brother Huang stood up and introduced Gu Nianji to the other three. "This is the little junior sister I told you about, Gu Nianji. She just turned 18 last November. She's smart and quick-witted. She's a true genius, and most importantly, she's beautiful. That's rare." Yes, yes. She could have made a living with her face, but she had to compete with her IQ. "Little sister, I feel like I don't deserve to live after seeing a fairy sister like you," the man sitting next to Brother Huang said exaggeratedly. He was the first man Gu Nianji heard when she entered the room. It was a bit rough, but not annoying. Before Gu Nianji could speak, Brother Huang punched the man. "Wipe your saliva off your face. Not every man with the Duan surname has the right to be Duan Jingchen. I don't want to be Duan Jingchen. Can't I be Duan Yu?" The man leaped over and extended his hand to Gu Nianji. "Hello, little sister. I'm Duan Chen. Not the flirtatious Duan Jingchen, but the mellow Chen. I'm honest and reliable. I'm a PhD student at the B University Faculty of Law. I'm a practicing lawyer at the JD Law Firm. The firm is considering promoting me to senior. I'm 28 this year. Little sister, do you have a boyfriend?" The man spoke like beans from a bamboo tube. He didn't wait for the others to speak before spilling the beans. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. The awkwardness and restraint from earlier were all gone. She shook the man's hand. "Hello, Brother Duan. Please take care of me in the future." No problem, no problem. Of course I'll take care of you. But little sister, you're really good at changing the subject. I clearly asked if you have a boyfriend. You should at least give me a definite answer." Brother Duan teased. "Don't tell me I scared you. Get out of my way." Brother Huang kicked Brother Duan aside and led Gu Nianji to the seat directly across from Hijichu. "Sit here. Ignore that Duan guy. He's used to spouting nonsense." Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. "No, I know Brother Duan is joking. I won't take it seriously." They joked around for a while. The man sitting next to Gue Suyao also introduced himself. He said his last name was Wei. Gu Nianji greeted him. "Brother Wei." She nodded at Gue Suyao, who had been studying her the whole time. "I didn't think Miss Gue was also Professor He's student." "Oh." Brother Huang froze. "What's going on?" "Little Gue, you're Nianji's teacher." "I'm not an official teacher." Gue Suyao explained with a smile. "I'm a counselor for the postgrad class in the Faculty of Law. Nianji happens to be in that class." "Oh, I see." Brother Huang nodded. "That's good. Otherwise, how would the seniority be calculated?" "Ha ha ha ha. That's right. Nianji is both our professor, his student, and his disciple." "Ha ha ha ha." Brother Duan let out an even louder burst of laughter. Gu Nianji thought this person was very interesting. He didn't have the usual restraint and self-discipline of a lawyer. Instead, he was very unrestrained. Of course, this was all just a facade. He wasn't actually what he looked like on the inside. As they studied Gu Nianji also studied them. When they were done, He Jichu said to Gu Nianji, "We're all classmates now. Don't be shy. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them if I'm not around." Gu Nianji nodded. "Okay, Professor He." He Jichu then turned to his doctoral students. "Two of you are graduating this year. We already finished the topic for your graduation thesis last year. The first draft must be ready before February." He was referring to Brother Huang and Brother Duan. The two of them stopped laughing and nodded solemnly. "Professor He, we're already working on it. We'll definitely have the first draft by the end of February." He Jichu then looked at Brother Wei. "You're in the second year. You should also start choosing the topic for your doctoral thesis. Don't wait until next year." "Got it." The man nodded. He Jichu finally looked at Gue Suyao. "You're in the first year. I'll have little Huang and little Duan give you a few cases. You can make a plan first." Gue Suyao asked enthusiastically, "Professor He, do you have any good professional books that you can recommend to me?" Little Huang has a book list that I gave him. They all look at that list to find books. He Jichu pursed his lips and propped his forehead with one hand. His tall and handsome figure exuded an indescribable charm under the lights. Gue Suyao looked away. She didn't dare look at He Jichu. It was the second night watch, the first added update for the leader of the Beggars in Heaven. Let's remind our friends about the monthly and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the third night watch. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 375. Gue Suyao turned to see that Gu Nianji was also looking at her and nodding with a smile. Embarrassed, she stood up and said to Gu Nianji, "What do you want to drink?" "I'll get it for you." "Thank you, Sister Gue, I want coffee." Gu Nianji also stood up, "I'll help you." He Jichu frowned. "Nianji, why are you drinking coffee so late at night? There's milk in the fridge, heat it up in the microwave before drinking." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she muttered unhappily, "I'm not a child anymore, I don't even have the right to drink coffee." Gue Suyao shot her a look and whispered, "How dare you talk back to Professor He?" "How did I talk back?" Gu Nianji wanted to sew her mouth shut with a needle. From now on, in front of He Jichu, she had to behave like a tree or a vase, the kind that didn't know how to talk so she wouldn't get into trouble. Gue Suyao took her by the arm and led her to He Jichu's kitchen. She skillfully opened the fridge and took out a bottle of fresh milk, followed by Coke and tea bags. Gu Nianji took the fresh milk and heated it in the microwave for 2 minutes before taking it out. She poured it into a glass to drink and warm her hands. She watched as Gue Suyao skillfully took out an exquisite ceramic jar with bluish-purple glaze from the cupboard and poured a small plate of coffee into the automatic coffee machine. Not long after, the aroma of coffee wafted out of the kitchen. Gu Nianji enjoyed the aroma and took a sip of milk. She asked Gue Suyao, "Does Sister Gue make coffee every time?" "This is the second time." Gue Suyao was very busy in front of the counter. "Last time I came, it was Senior Brother Huang who taught me how to do it." Gu Nianji laughed. "Brother Huang knows how to make coffee like this. I remember he only liked instant coffee." Gue Suyao laughed heartily and placed 5 cups of coffee on a tray. "He made instant coffee last time, but Professor He didn't even look at it and didn't drink it." Gu Nianji pouted and silently criticized He Jichu for being pretentious. Of course, she didn't dare say it out loud. She followed Gue Suyao out of the kitchen and into the living room. Junior Sister Gue's coffee skills are superb. Senior Brother Duan kept praising her. "What a classy woman." "That's true. Women who can cook are everywhere, but women who can make good coffee are too few." Senior Brother Wei, who didn't speak much, also praised her. Gu Nianji held the milk with a slightly disgusted expression on her face. Senior brother Huang picked up the cup of coffee disapprovingly and said with a frown, "Is this freshly ground in a coffee shop? I don't think it's any different from instant coffee. Troublesome." As he spoke, he took a sip and pursed his lips. Then he stopped talking. How could freshly ground coffee taste the same as instant coffee? No one who has drunk it would say so. Senior Marshal brother Huang quickly finished his cup and shamelessly said to Gue Suyao, "Junior Marshal sister Gue, help me make another cup of coffee and I'll give you 2 lists of books." Gue Suyao agreed with a smile. From the corner of her eye, she saw He Jichu take a sip of his coffee before putting it down. She couldn't tell if she was happy or disappointed. She turned to the kitchen to make more coffee. Gu Nianji sat down and propped her head on her hand as she looked at the cup of milk in front of her. "Do I have to make coffee every time from now on?" "It's not every time, right? It's only been twice." Senior Marshal brother Huang muttered. He Jichu nodded. Nianji has a point. We can't let little Gue make coffee every time. You guys arrange a schedule and send one person to do it each time. We don't have many meetings. If it's once a month, 4 people will be enough for 4 months. Gu Nianji pointed to herself. What about me? Professor, he doesn't want me to make coffee. You don't drink coffee. What are you going to make? He Jichu's expression darkened. You're still young. Watch your seniors make coffee. It was like he was lecturing a child. Gu Nianji was speechless. Therefore, this was the disadvantage of skipping a grade. If you were much younger than others, others would not take you seriously. Even if you were smarter and more capable than them, one look at your age and you would naturally be classified as a child. Gue Suyao made another cup of coffee for Senior Marshal brother Huang and placed it on the coffee table. He Jichu had already finished discussing their thesis ideas with Senior Marshal brother Huang and Senior Marshal brother Duan. You can go now. He Jichu nodded to them. Just send it to my email when it's done. Okay, Professor He. The 2 stood up to leave. Senior Marshal brother Duan walked a few steps before turning back to smile at Gu Nianji. Little sister, I'm really not joking. Tell me the truth. Do you have a boyfriend? So what if I do? So what if I don't? Gu Nianji smiled slyly. This is the first time I've met you. It's not a good idea to talk about it. You can't say that. Senior Marshal brother Duan liked Gu Nianji more and more. As long as you don't have a boyfriend, I have the right to pursue you openly, right? Whether you accept it or not is another matter. I won't force you. Oh right, what's your phone number? Gu Nianji smiled. Before she could refuse, Gue Suyao had already said, 136x times x times x. That's her phone number. She winked at Senior Marshal brother Duan. Senior Marshal brother Duan, don't be like Ling Hu Chong. You're such a good little sister. Don't let someone else take advantage of you. Senior Marshal brother Duan laughed heartily. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Gu Nianji's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and showed it to Senior Marshal brother Duan. This is your number. Yes. Senior Marshal brother Duan was relieved. He turned to Gue Suyao. Sister Gue, my last name is Duan, not Ling Hu. You've seen Mr. Jin's Demigods and Semi-Devils, right? What kind of person is Duan Jingchen? He's a true winner in life. All the famous women in Demigods and Semi-Devils are either his women or his daughters. Pfft. Senior Marshal brother Wei almost spat out his coffee. Senior Marshal brother Huang grabbed Senior Marshal brother Duan. Go, don't embarrass yourself here. After the 2 left, Senior Marshal brother Duan became serious. He said to Senior Marshal Brother Huang, I really want to pursue Gu Nianji. What do you think? This is your first time meeting her. Did you really fall in love at first sight? Senior Marshal Brother Huang looked at him speechlessly. I never knew you were the impulsive type. No, I'm not impulsive. Gu Nianji fits my requirements for a wife. Senior Marshal Brother Duan counted on his fingers. Look, she's smart. She graduated from university at 18 and started her master's degree from one of the top universities in the country. Secondly, she's beautiful. She has a slim waist and long legs. Not only is she smart and beautiful, but her parents are both dead. She doesn't have a troublesome mother-in-law to deal with. You know my family situation. I don't need to think about benefits when I marry a wife. It was the third watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 376. Hey! This is getting more and more ridiculous. Brother Huang couldn't take it anymore and pointed a finger at Brother Duan. Losing parents is a lifetime of pain for others, but you've turned it into a good thing. No troublesome mothers-in-law. What are you trying to do? Are you even human? Brother Duan shrunk his neck, realizing he'd gone too far. He quickly pulled Brother Huang to bow and beg, Brother Huang, I was just saying, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I didn't treat you like an outsider, so please forgive me this time. I was just being sarcastic, I didn't mean to laugh at her. Humph. Luckily I was the only one who heard. How sad would Nianji be if she heard? Even if you really liked her, she'd never talk to you for the rest of her life if you said that. You still want to marry her? No way. Brother Huang was very close to her and couldn't bear to see people talking about her like that. Brother Duan was extremely embarrassed and smiled apologetically, Fine, I was just joking. Now that you've said that, I definitely won't go after her. He sighed, I brought this upon myself. Of all things, I had to call her little sister. This is a sign. Little sister has never belonged to me. Brother Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Brother Duan's teasing. If he hadn't known Duan Chun for so many years, he would have really fallen out with him. Fine, I know you like to talk nonsense. Brother Huang patted his back, how many times have I told you, you're a lawyer, how can you say things like that? Restrain yourself. Duan Chun had always admired Senior Brother Huang's character, and this time, he was even more convinced by his teachings. Brother Huang, I understand, I won't do it again. He cupped his hands at Brother Huang, it was my fault today, I'll treat everyone to a meal at Jiulo Fengyue, what do you think? Brother Huang rubbed his chin and chuckled, Jiulo Fengyue. The restaurant at Sion Square, right? I heard it's the most expensive place in town. I don't know if it's the most expensive, but it's the most classy. Senior Brother Duan was thick-skinned. After a while, he quickly recovered. It's best to treat Professor He and my juniors to a meal. The most stylish. Senior Brother Huang looked at him suspiciously. Is it the Jiulo Fengyue that I know of? Haha, there's only one Jiulo Fengyue in Sion Square. It must be her. When Senior Brother Duan heard the elevator, he walked in with Senior Brother Huang. He smiled and said, actually, it's just a restaurant for acting cool. Forget it. It's fine as long as the food is delicious. You're the only one with so many tricks up your sleeves. Senior Brother Huang scolded with a smile and didn't mention the matter again. Not long after Brother Huang and Brother Duan left, the door to He Jichu's suite opened again. Brother Wei and Gue Xiao also walked out. Xiao Gue, what's your mailbox? I'll send you the book list when I get back. Senior Marshal Brother Wei pressed the down button. Gue Xiao's mind was still on He Jichu. She snapped out of her daze and asked, Brother Wei, do you usually have a lot of classes with Professor He? We don't really have classes. He's the one who assigns the homework. We just finish it and hand it in. As they spoke, the elevator arrived. Brother Wei walked in first and reached out to block the elevator door. He waited for Gue Xiao to come in and said, You're new here this year. You can ask me if you have any questions. Gue Xiao was slightly disappointed, but she still replied with an, oh, and asked in a roundabout way, Did Professor He ever mention if I wanted to study at Harvard Law School? Would he agree? I really don't know about that. You'll have to ask Professor He yourself. Brother Wei was a little surprised. Xiao Gue, you want to go to Harvard? Who wouldn't? Gue Xiao smoothed her hair and smiled politely. Of course. Now that I've met Professor He, why would I go to Harvard? Of course. Even if you go to Harvard, you'll still be Professor He's student. Brother Wei nodded. And you'll also have to leave your hometown. It's really not worth it. Gue Xiao only smiled and didn't say anything else. The two of them sat in the elevator in silence for a while until the elevator dinged to the first floor. When they stepped out of the elevator, Gue Xiao casually asked, Senior Wei, do you know why Professor He suddenly wants to recruit master's students? I heard in the faculty that Professor He's mentored PhD students were invited over and over again by the university, and that he would only be mentoring 5 PhD students. In the end, he only recruited 3 PhD students. I only transferred this year, and Gu Nianji can be considered the first student Professor He personally recruited. Whether it was Brother Huang, Brother Duan, or Brother Wei, all of them actually had mentors before. They were only transferred to He Zhichu after He Zhichu agreed to teach at the university's faculty of law. Of course, it wasn't easy to transfer. They had to go through a difficult selection test before the 3 were finally selected. Brother Wei shook his head. I'm not sure about that. But, he glanced at Gue Xiao. You didn't take the test and directly transferred from another professor to Professor He. You're quite capable. Gue Xiao had no intention of hiding it from Brother Wei. She said honestly, my relatives helped me. My uncle's family knows a lot of people and is well connected. Professor He is doing my uncle a favor. Your uncle? Brother Wei looked at her in surprise. That's not bad. To be able to find someone to have a direct relationship with Professor He, this person must have a lot of power. Gue Xiao smiled. My uncle's surname is Dou. Dou. Brother Wei frowned and thought for a while. The first person he thought of was Prime Minister Dou. But if Gue Xiao's uncle was Prime Minister Dou, then he really wasn't an ordinary person. Did she have to be an insignificant university counselor? It's not the Dou I think it is it? Brother Wei asked tentatively. Then I must have been blind. Brother Wei, you're exaggerating. My uncle was originally an ordinary person. He only became the prime minister because he was good at his studies. Gue Xiao said casually, we didn't have much contact after he became the prime minister, but I asked him for help for the first time in order to become Professor He's student. That's why I never told anyone. It really is Prime Minister Dou. Brother Wei gasped. Little Gue, it's rare for you to be so approachable. You flatter me, Brother Wei. Gue Xiao couldn't help turning around to look at the 28th floor as she spoke. That was He Zhichu's room. The lights were still on. The furnishings were simple and understated, but Gue Xiao was a knowledgeable person. She knew that the simpler the furniture, the more expensive it was. Professor He's wealth was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, in He Zhichu's room, Gu Nianji had already stood up. She shouldered her backpack and was about to leave. He Zhichu waved at her. Nianji, sit for a while and tell me about your plans. My plans? Gu Nianji frowned. I told Professor He before. But Professor, he didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't. He Ji-chu propped his head on his hand and leaned against the sofa. He wasn't looking at Gu Nianji, but somewhere else. After a while, He Ji-chu finally said, "Is it about you wanting to graduate early?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji nodded. "I really wanted to know about it, but Professor, he didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't ask." "It's not that I don't want to talk about it." He Ji-chu looked at her. "Sit down and talk." Gu Nianji saw He Ji-chu's tone soften. She finally sat down and said very sincerely, "Professor He, I'm really thinking about it. If there's even the slightest possibility, can you tell me?" He Ji-chu looked at her steadily. His gaze was calm, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were even more charming under the light. However, his expression was extremely cold. "Can you tell me why you want to graduate early?" He Ji-chu finally asked. He hadn't stopped thinking about it ever since he heard Gu Nianji mention it on the phone. Gu Nianji was shocked by the question. "Why? Why else? As long as I can graduate early, of course I want to. But you're only 18. Even if you study for 3 years, you'll only be 21 when you graduate. What exactly do you want to do with it?" He Ji-chu looked her up and down. He looked away and walked to the kitchen. Gu Nianji stood up as well. "Professor He. I'll go make coffee." He Ji-chu didn't turn around. Gu Nianji thought about it and followed him in. She kept trying to persuade him. "Professor He, really, I really want to graduate early. Please do me a favor and tell me what I should do so that I can graduate early." He Ji-chu took the coffee beans and poured them into the coffee machine to grind. He asked her, "Okay, tell me why you want to graduate early. Don't tell me everyone wants it. I don't want to know what other people think. I only want to know what you think." Gu Nianji wrung her hands in front of her. She was a bit embarrassed for a while. She whispered, "I want to graduate early and work." "Oh." He Ji-chu had never expected that answer. His hands were almost trembling. It took him a lot of effort to calm down. Then, he opened the coffee machine program and began to make coffee. Both hands on the counter, He Ji-chu didn't turn around. He asked dryly, "You really want to work?" "That's easy. You can work at my office while you're still in school. I won't pay you any less than anyone else." "Thank you, Professor He." Gu Nianji's heart relaxed. She smiled. "But working as a student is different from working formally. I want to work formally, full-time, as soon as possible." He Ji-chu's thin lips pursed. He turned to glance at her. His shimmering, sultry eyes sparkled. He smiled slightly. "Then why do you want to work early?" Gu Nianji didn't expect He Ji-chu to be so sharp. His questions went straight to the depths of her heart. She had never mentioned these thoughts to Hu Xiaoheng. "Because I want to make money early." Gu Nianji answered honestly. "You want to make money?" He Ji-chu's expression immediately darkened. "All you think about is money. Are you short on money?" "Yes," Gu Nianji whispered. "I don't have parents or family, so I have to rely on myself. I don't want to rely on others for the rest of my life." So that was it. He Ji-chu's heart tightened. He used all his strength to control himself. He slowly turned around and looked at her silently. He sighed deeply. "What about your parents and family?" This was the first 3,000-word update. Today, I'll continue counting the monthly and recommendation votes of the marriage proposal fans. The second update was around 2:00 p.m. It was the second update for the Heaven's Beggar, who was promoted to the leader of the alliance. 7:00 p.m. of the third update. P.S. Thank you to Huaishuan, my relative, for tipping the Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Oh, ____. Oh. Chapter 377. My Parents and Family. Gu Nianji shook her head helplessly and smiled wryly. Didn't you see my information? I'm an orphan whose parents passed away. Your parents are really gone. He Jichu took a step forward to get closer to Gu Nianji. Then where are your parents buried? Have you paid your respects to them? Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu in shock, and the resistance she had against him disappeared. Other than Hu Xiaoheng, He Jichu was the first person to care about her parents' real situation. He even mentioned paying his respects to her parents. This was a form of respect. As a child, it was difficult for her to resent him for having such a respectful attitude towards her parents. Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu and thought about lying or remaining silent for a long time. In the end, she shook her head and said honestly, "No, I don't know where my parents are buried." Didn't your parents pass away? How can you not know where they are buried? He Jichu's voice was close to a sneer, but Gu Nianji was no longer disgusted. She thought about it silently for a while and said with difficulty, "Actually, I'm just guessing that they're probably gone." Why do you say probably? Because I don't remember the past. Gu Nianji gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, feeling very uneasy. I don't know if my parents are gone or if they're still alive somewhere. But if they're still alive, why didn't they come looking for me? Her expression was somewhat stubborn as she finally said the words she had hidden in her heart for a long time. Deep in her heart, she still believed that her parents were no longer around. Even with Hu Xiaoheng's ability and power, he still couldn't find any trace of her parents after searching for 6 years. Even if her parents wanted to abandon her, it was impossible for them to hide so well under Hu Xiaoheng's search. Therefore, Gu Nianji truly believed that they were probably no longer in this world. Sometimes, she couldn't figure out which had hurt her the most. Was it that her parents were gone? Or were they still alive, but they were unwilling to find her or even acknowledge her? However, Hu Xiaoheng had always believed that her parents were still alive and had been working hard to find them. He had never given up. You really don't remember the past? He Jichu took another step forward, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Then how old do you remember what happened? Gu Nianji raised her hand to rub her temples and murmured, I was 12. I really don't remember anything before I was 12. What about after 12? He Jichu was already standing in front of her and looking down at her. Gu Nianji's hair was thick and dark. She thought it was troublesome, so she often tied her hair into a ponytail when she went out. He Jichu almost reached out to touch her ponytail, but he retracted his hand halfway and said as calmly as he could, Then why don't you remember anything before you were 12? A person's memory cells should be fully developed after the age of 6 and can store long-term memories. Why can't you remember anything before the age of 12? Well. Gu Nianji hesitated. Professor He, can you promise me that you won't tell anyone? He Jichu's bleak heart was warmed by these words. He replied gently, I won't tell anyone. As long as you tell me, I won't share it with anyone. Gu Nianji laughed self-deprecatingly. Thank you, Professor He. Actually, my file has already been circulated among the faculty and students, so the death of my parents isn't really a secret. I thought Professor He had also read my file and wouldn't have these problems. What file? He Jichu was slightly taken aback. Was it the form you filled out when you applied for graduate school? No. Gu Nianji remembered that He Jichu was from the United States, so he probably didn't know about the Huaxia Empire's student file. She patiently explained it to him. He Jichu understood and frowned. That's a private matter. Can anyone see it? Of course not. But forget it, it's not a big deal. My file doesn't have anything to hide, so it's fine if he saw it. Gu Nianji didn't want to talk about it anymore. He had already seen it anyway, so there was no point in getting angry. Could she fire the teacher who was in charge of the file? Or could she sentence the teacher who spread the file? Gu Nianji knew that she had no choice but to swallow the loss. This was completely different from Miao Yunxiao's incident. He Jichu saw that Gu Nianji didn't want to pursue the matter, so he didn't say anything more. He continued to ask Gu Nianji about her memory loss. Gu Nianji was playing right into his trap. She quickly changed the topic and continued. It's like this. I was in a serious car accident when I was 12 years old. I was later rescued, but when I woke up, I didn't remember anything. I don't remember anything at all. He Jichu looked at her deeply. He tried his best to control his expression and didn't change. He asked again, you don't remember anything? What kind of car accident could cause you to lose 6 years of memory? It was a very big car accident. Gu Nianji even used her hands to illustrate it. Even the nervous He Jichu was amused by her. How can a car accident be compared like that? That's right. Gu Nianji also relaxed. There was a huge explosion at the time. I still remember the flames that blotted out the sky. Sometimes I still dream about it at night and wake up in shock. I find myself in bed and not in the car. I feel especially blessed. He Jichu's eyes revealed an indescribable pity and love, but he didn't show it. Instead, he folded his hands behind his back and took a step back to a distance that Gu Nianji felt was safe. The safe distance between people was 1.2 meters. If a stranger came within 1.2 meters of you, it would make you feel insecure. He Jichu and Gu Nianji weren't strangers, but because they had argued before, Gu Nianji was very guarded against him. Therefore, He Jichu could only put himself in the category of strangers. He looked at Gu Nianji silently. He didn't know how they could go back to the way they used to be. Perhaps they couldn't go back to the way they used to be because she had already grown up. Gu Nianji was an adult and beautiful young girl. She was no longer the little girl who followed him around every day. Then have you ever thought about seeing a psychiatrist to regain your past memories? Although they couldn't go back, He Jichu still didn't want to give up. He was a part of her past life. He didn't want her to completely forget about him. Gu Nianji spread her hands and smiled mischievously. I've seen it many times. I started seeing a psychiatrist after I woke up from the car accident. After 2 or 3 years, the psychiatrist didn't want to see me anymore. He Jichu also smiled. Which psychiatrist did you see? Could it be that his medical skills are too bad? I know a very famous psychiatrist in the United States. If there's a chance, I'll invite him here and have a chat with you. Would you be willing? Gu Nianji remembered Chen Lai's face and couldn't help laughing. I'm fine with it, but I don't think it'll work. Why do you say that? Because I've already seen the best psychiatrist. Gu Nianji also took a step back. Okay, Professor He. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. You don't want to talk about early graduation anymore? He Jichu raised a brow. My coffee was just made. Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Hua Xiaoheng's ringtone. Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and was about to answer it when she looked at He Jichu hesitantly. He Jichu turned around unhappily to pour coffee from the coffee machine. My rule for meetings is to set everyone's phones to vibrate. Gu Nianji secretly stuck out her tongue. She gripped her phone and said to He Jichu, Professor He, it's getting late. I'll be going now. I won't disturb your rest. As for early graduation, we can talk about it later. After all, there's plenty of time. He Jichu was very pleased to hear this. He grunted, and when he turned around, he realized that Gu Nianji had already slipped away. Ran like a rabbit. He Jichu curled the corners of his lips. He brought his coffee out of the kitchen and stood on the windowsill to look down. A few minutes later, Gu Nianji came out of the building. She was holding her phone and talking to someone. He couldn't see her expression from upstairs, but he could tell that she was very focused on talking on the phone. There were a few times when she almost bumped into someone. There was no need to ask. It had to be that person. Ji-chu didn't want to look anymore. He turned away from the windowsill and returned to his room. Gu Nianji came out of the elevator and jogged to talk to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji had a class meeting that night, so he waited more than 2 hours before calling her. He didn't expect her to not pick up immediately. This had never happened before. He waited for a while before the call connected. Gu Nianji's sweet voice came through the earpiece. Hu Xiao. Yes, what are you doing? You haven't picked up in so long. I'm sorry, Hu Xiao. I was in a meeting with Professor He just now. I couldn't pick up. With Ji-chu. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. A dart flew out of his hand and embedded itself in the center of the dartboard on the wall. It was the second night watch. It was the second extra night watch for the leader of the beggars in heaven. He wanted to remind them about their monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 378. Yeah, I told you it was Professor He. Gu Nianji laughed. Her footsteps were practically skipping as she walked along the campus road. It was almost 9:30, and there weren't many people on the road. It was everyone's first day of school, so there weren't any classes yet. The weather was cold, so almost no one came out of their dorms. Gu Nianji walked quickly on her own. As she spoke to Hu Xiaoheng on the phone, she said, I didn't have a class meeting with my classmates. I had a meeting with Professor He's students. You had a meeting with Ji-chu's doctoral students? Hu Xiaoheng threw another dart out. This dart stuck in almost the same spot as the previous one, making the center of the dartboard bigger. Yeah, I'm Professor He's only master's student. Gu Nianji explained to him, even my classes, grants, and internships are handled by him. The faculty only keeps my student status and records. Professor He is the one who makes all my transcripts. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He just listened to Gu Nianji. She talked like this all the way back to her dorm. Hu Xiao, I have to hang up. I'm about to enter the elevator. The signal is bad inside. Okay, that's it for today. Hu Xiaoheng only wanted to make sure Gu Nianji had returned to her dorm. He didn't have much desire to chat. Go back and rest. Classes start tomorrow. Are you ready? Gu Nianji still hadn't looked at her schedule, but she said to Hu Xiaoheng, it's about time. I'll go back and look at the schedule. Okay, good night. Hu Xiaoheng said goodnight to her and hung up. Gu Nianji looked at her phone speechlessly. Once again, Hu Xiaoheng hung up before she did. Hu Xiaoheng didn't go home when he called Gu Nianji. Instead, he stayed in his office. Zhao Liangzi was running the program he wrote day and night to gradually narrow down the scope of inspection. He didn't sleep or rest for several days and finally couldn't take it anymore. He covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep on the large sofa in the corner. Hu Xiaoheng helped him look at the computer program. No one knew that Hu Xiaoheng was also a computer expert. He had convinced Zhao Liangzi to work for the Special Operations Forces back then, which was enough to show that Hu Xiaoheng had something that convinced him. He wasn't someone who didn't know anything about computers. He sat at the computer desk and stared at the results on the screen, as well as the big red crosses next to them. He was lost in thought. After a while, the office door was pushed open, and Bai Yuan walked in. Hu Xiao, are you really still here? She looked at Hu Xiaoheng in surprise and then smiled. You're probably the only general who has been promoted to this rank and still works overtime to get paid. Hu Xiaoheng silently clicked the mouse, and the program that had just been running on the computer was immediately hidden with one click. Yin Shixiang stood up from behind his desk and said to Bai Yueran, "Director Bai, what brings you here today?" As he spoke, he walked out. "What would you like to drink, Director Bai? Coffee or tea?" Bai Yueran waved her hand and smiled. "I have a few things to say to Huashao. I'll be leaving once I'm done. I'm not working overtime." Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue and shook his head. What happened to sharing fortune and misfortune? Director Bai isn't a good friend at all. You're joking. Bai Yueran laughed and walked over to Hu Xiaoheng's computer desk to take a look. "This is little Zay's desk. Where is he?" Hu Xiaoheng spun around on his computer chair and turned to look at the sofa in the corner. "He's sleeping over there. It's been a few nights, and he can't take it anymore. It's not good for you guys to work overtime every day. You're practically eating and living in the office. You guys don't have families now, and no one will say anything even if you work overtime every day. But when you get married, you'll know what it means to have no choice." Bai Yueran smiled as she sat down on the stool in front of the desk. Hu Xiaoheng clasped his hands together in front of him and leaned back on the computer chair. "Director Bai, is there something you need?" "Yes, there are two things." Bai Yueran placed a document on the desk in front of Hu Xiaoheng. "The first thing is that Zhang Feng filed an appeal in prison. I've compiled a document to send to the military court. Take a look and see if it's there." Hu Xiaoheng stared fixedly at her and grunted noncommittally. "The second thing is the issue of the Institute of High Energy Physics restarting the experiment." Bai Yueran took out a report. "This time, all these departments have requested to participate. What do you think we should do?" "No." Hu Xiaoheng immediately rejected Bai Yueran's second request. "The experiment at the Institute of High Energy Physics is strictly confidential. No more people can participate. We can't satisfy these departments' requests. Huashao, in politics, they won't back down just because we can't satisfy their requests." Bai Yueran sighed. "Our country is a society that values relationships. You can't be so heartless." Hu Xiaoheng walked out from behind the desk and rubbed his forehead. "Let me think about it." He picked up the darts and threw them again. Bai Yueran sat for a while and saw Zhao Liangzi sleeping soundly on the sofa in the corner, but the military blanket on him had fallen off. She quickly walked over and picked it up from the ground to cover him gently. Zhao Liangzi was still groggy from sleep and opened his eyes to see Bai Yueran's beautiful face. He was instantly wide awake. "Director Bai, why are you here?" He struggled to sit up. His head was a little dizzy. Bai Yueran comforted him. "Sleep a little longer. I'll leave after talking to Huashao." "Oh." Zhao Liangzi's voice carried a subtle hint of disappointment. He lifted the blanket. "I should get up too. I slept all night. It's only been 2 hours." "What do you mean by all night?" Yin Shixiang gave Zhao Liangzi a look. "Go back and sleep tonight. Huashao and I will stay here and watch." Zhao Liangzi picked up his jacket from the other side of the sofa and put it on. He looked at Bai Yueran inquiringly. Bai Yueran thought about it and said, "Then let's go together." "Okay." Zhao Liangzi's heart suddenly relaxed. He put on his jacket again before leaving the office with Bai Yueran. The night sky outside was beautiful. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The two chatted as they walked. Zhao Liangzi asked tentatively, "It's Valentine's Day in a few days. How does Director Bai plan to celebrate it?" Bai Yueran laughed. "I don't have a lover. Why would I celebrate Valentine's Day? No way. Director Bai doesn't have a boyfriend." Zhao Liangzi couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. "That's hard to believe." "It's the truth. Actually, other people don't like me. Bai Yueran said seriously, but her eyes darted around mischievously. Zhao Liang's heart was thumping wildly, but he remained calm on the outside. He smiled and said, Director Bai is too humble. Being overly humble is equivalent to being arrogant. Director Bai's standards must be too high, and you don't like those ordinary people. Little Zay, you're so funny. I really don't have high standards. Actually, I'm too busy. I had a boyfriend before, but I only saw him a few times a year. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and broke up. Bai Yueran sighed. I don't care anymore. Zhao Liangzi glanced at her. Director Bai is such a good person. I'm sure you'll find a good partner. Thank you for your kind words. Bai Yueran nodded with a smile. I have to go back. Good night. Zhao Liangzi watched her disappear into the distance. He planned to try asking Bai Yueran out for dinner on Valentine's Day. After a few days, Zhao Liangzi's program was almost finished. He had narrowed down the targets from a few hundred to a few dozen and could officially report it to the Supreme Military Council. Hu Xiaoheng immediately brought the list to the Supreme Military Council and requested authorization from them and the Senate to allow the Special Operations Forces to operate within the country. General Ji looked at the list and smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoheng, you really didn't disappoint me. It's been 6 years, and this matter can finally be resolved. We never gave up. Hu Xiaoheng also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter had come to an end. All that was left was to wait for authorization to bring these people to the imperial capital. He was about to ask for a vacation when he heard General Ji say, "Oh right, the girl from the Su family happened to be at my house for dinner today and bumped into you. After dinner, you can take her home." It was the third watch. Let me remind you about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. O, N_N, O. Chapter 379. You have a guest. Hu Xiaoheng stood up calmly. Then I'd better go back. Go back for what? General Ji didn't allow him to refuse. Since you're here, let's have a meal together. Since when have you not eaten at my house? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and bent down to pick up his briefcase from the sofa. You didn't have any guests in the past, so I didn't mind getting a free meal. Now that you have a guest, it doesn't seem right for me to get a free meal. What's wrong with that? She's not really a guest. You met her last time. General Ji glared at him. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's daughter, Su Piaohong. You don't remember her? Hu Xiaoheng pretended to be deep in thought and shook his head. I really don't remember. Have I seen her before? Don't play dumb. General Ji was slightly disappointed to see Hu Xiaoheng like this. You were forced to stop your car by her not long ago. You really don't remember. Oh, so it's that intern who doesn't know much about traffic rules. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fist and coughed. I remember her, but I don't remember her name. General Ji said angrily, how could you forget her name? Is she that inconspicuous? Why should I remember her name? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. I have 100 things to do every day. I can't afford to be distracted. General Ji, why don't you tell me what this officer Su did to deserve me remembering her name? General Ji looked at Hu Xiaoheng with his mouth agape. He didn't know what to say. He could only mutter to himself as he walked to the dining room. It's just remembering a name. Did she really have to do something earth-shattering? Hu Xiaoheng calmly walked behind General Ji and followed him into the Ji residence's dining room. Actually, General Ji had asked him to stay even if there was no reason. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't an inflexible person. He just had to show his attitude. General Ji understood that. When they entered the dining room, Su Piaohong was already at the dining table with General Ji's wife. Xiaoheng, you're here. Come and sit. General Ji's wife greeted Hu Xiaoheng warmly and invited him to sit next to Su Piaohong. Su Piaohong was a little uneasy, but she still said graciously, "Hello, Major General Hua. I didn't expect to see you again. We're all acquaintances. Why are you being so polite?" General Ji chuckled as he sat down next to his wife. "Piaohong, it's getting late. Let Hu Xiao send you back after dinner." Su Piaohong blushed immediately. She sneaked a peek at Hu Xiaoheng and happened to see his breathtakingly handsome profile. Under the light, the corners of his lips curled up, and his expression was so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Piaohong sneaking glances at him. He glanced over and nodded politely. "Miss Su, did you drive here?" Su Piaohong was captivated by his beauty and nodded blankly. "Yes, I drove here." General Ji wanted to cover his face. This lass was too honest. Hu Xiaoheng had tricked her into coming out. As expected, Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Since Miss Su drove here, I'll have the orderlies follow your car and send you back." Only then did Su Piaohong realize what she had said. She was filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have said she drove here. She could have left her car with General Ji and asked her father to find someone to drive it back tomorrow. General Ji had no choice but to find an excuse for himself. He smiled. "So Piaohong drove here. Forget it then. Xiaoheng doesn't need to send you back. I thought you came in your father's car." "My father's car is a military car. My mother and I never take my father's official car." Su Piaohong said politely to show that she wouldn't take advantage of the military. "Ha, how rare." General Ji laughed heartily and put some food in Su Piaohong's bowl. Deputy Chief of Staff Su, with a family like this, should be a role model for the military. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and nodded as if in agreement. However, he didn't say anything and picked up his bowl to eat. Su Piaohong carefully observed Hu Xiaoheng's behavior. She saw that he ate very properly and slowly. His manners were impeccable. Her father always made loud noises when eating at home. He even told her that all the people in the military were like that. That's what a man should be like. But Hu Xiaoheng was different from the soldiers on her father's side. So it wasn't just eating rough that people could be called men. Su Piaohong couldn't help but ladle a bowl of soup for Hu Xiaoheng. She placed it on his right hand and smiled. "Major General Hua, this is Codonopsis and wolfberry lamb soup. It's very nourishing. My mother said that we should have nourishment in the winter." Hu Xiaoheng paused. Seeing that General Ji and his wife were smiling at him, he couldn't refuse and could only take it. "Thank you, Miss Su." The soup was very small, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind. He finished it in 2 gulps and put it aside. He didn't expect Su Piaohong to see him finish it so quickly. She thought that he liked it and quickly filled another bowl for him. Hu Xiaoheng quickly said, "You're welcome, Miss Su. I've had enough. This is the last bowl. Major General Hua, please eat." Su Piaohong pushed the soup to Hu Xiaoheng. "General Ji's house has good things. I even said that I wanted to learn cooking from Mrs. Ji. Major General Hua, what do you like to eat?" Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, "I like to eat everything." Saying that he liked to eat everything was equivalent to saying that he wouldn't tell her what he liked to eat. Su Piaohong choked and understood what Hu Xiaoheng was implying. She didn't ask further. However, she couldn't taste the food. She picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng had finished his meal and was drinking tea, she stopped eating. Hu Xiaoheng blew on the cigarette and asked her calmly, "Miss Su, you're not eating anymore?" "No, I'm full." Su Piaohong patted herself exaggeratedly. Auntie's food is really delicious. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the remaining food in Su Piaohong's bowl and smiled. He didn't say anything else. He finished his tea and got up to leave. General Ji couldn't urge him to send Su Piaohong off anymore. He could only give her a look. Su Piaohong mustered her courage and chased after him. Major General Hua, are you going to the parking lot? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. My car is at the entrance. Oh. Su Piaohong was a little disappointed. My car is in the parking lot. This is the residence of the members of the Supreme Military Council. It's very safe. Hua Xiaoheng said politely. But if Miss Su still doesn't dare to go, I can get my orderly to take you there. No need. No need. I didn't mean it that way. I know it's very safe here. Su Piaohong quickly waved her hand. Then Major General Hua, you can go first. I just remembered that I left my things at General Ji's house. All right, I'll go first. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at her and got into his car. Fan Jian started the car in the driver's seat and quickly drove out of the residential area of the Supreme Military Council. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he felt a little hot. He wasn't sure if it was because he drank too much mutton soup. Looking up at the road outside, he seemed to be passing by the entrance of B University. He said to Fan Jian, drive to B University. I'll go see Nianji. This was the first watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch was around 2 in the afternoon. There was no third watch today. Wax. Chapter 380. Fan Jian looked at the car's onboard pathfinding system and found the nearest road to take. He drove quickly and steadily and arrived at the south gate of B University in no time. After showing his pass, Hua Xiaoheng's car drove directly into the campus. It was already dark, but there were more people on campus. After entering the campus, they slowed down and drove towards Gu Nianji's graduate student dormitory. Hua Xiaoheng called Gu Nianji in the car. Gu Nianji had just returned from studying at the library and was about to shower and put on a face mask. When she heard Hua Xiaoheng's personal ringtone, she was instantly excited. Hua Xiao. She swiped open the phone and asked in surprise, why are you calling me so late at night? Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and looked out the window. I'm already on campus. I'll be at your dormitory soon. Really? Gu Nianji was ecstatic. I'll be right down. Or do you want to come up? Hua Xiaoheng propped his head on his hand and said calmly, I'll park the car downstairs. You can come down. It was already past 9 p.m., so it wasn't convenient for Hua Xiaoheng to go to the female dormitory so late at night. Gu Nianji was also worried about this problem, so she immediately said, okay, I'll be right down. She looked in the mirror and saw that she had just washed her face. Thankfully, she hadn't put on a face mask and was still wearing a simple cashmere cardigan with a knee-length skirt. Because she was going out, she changed into her knee-high boots and put on a navy blue military-style double-breasted wool coat. She put her phone and keys in the coat pocket before opening the door and running out. Ma Chichi had just come in and saw Gu Nianji running out from the living room. She called out to her, it's so late, where are you going? I'm going out to buy something. Gu Nianji didn't even look back as she opened the door and headed towards the elevator. As soon as Ma Chichi heard that she wanted to buy something, she quickly said, help me buy some supper. It'd be best if it's the pancakes from the little store around the corner from campus. Remember to add 2 eggs too. Got it. Gu Nianji turned around and waved. She smiled. You only know how to eat. Be careful you don't gain one. 5 kilos overnight. You're the one who gained one. 5 kilos. Machichi stood at the dormitory door angrily with her arms akimbo. You can't be envious. Gu Nianji snickered and walked into the elevator. She made a face at Machichi, who was glaring at her, and pressed the down button. The elevator door slowly closed. Her heart had already flown downstairs. Hu Xiaoheng's car was parked in the shadows at the corner of Gu Nianji's dorm. Fan Jian turned around and smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, I'm going down for a smoke. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him. Go. He looked down at the tablet he was using to record, but he couldn't concentrate. With nowhere to vent the heat in his heart, he rolled down the window and let the cold air in. Only then did he feel more comfortable. Gu Nianji went downstairs and looked around. She didn't see a car, but she did see Fan Jian smoking under a big tree in front of the building. She walked over with a smile and patted Fan Jian's shoulder. Brother Fan, where's Hu Xiao? Fan Jian turned around and saw her. He pointed to the shadow on the other side of the building. Over there. Thank you, Brother Fan. Gu Nianji followed the direction Fan Jian had pointed and found Hu Xiaoheng's car. It was hidden in the shadows like a beast, full of predation. Gu Nianji was even more excited. She quickly ran over. The night wind was cold, but her cheeks were flushed. Her heart was warm because Hu Xiao had come to see her. He'd taken the initiative to see her. Only she knew how difficult it was for Hu Xiaoheng to get to this step. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the car and saw a young girl wearing a double-breasted military-style coat run over from a brightly lit area. Her long ponytail fluttered behind her head. Her tall figure was complemented by the double-breasted military-style coat, making her look valiant and valiant. It was a stark contrast between softness and toughness. He looked at her in a daze. His eyes were deep and calm as he hid in the darkness of the car. He didn't move. He was like a cheetah in the dark, waiting for his prey to come to him. Gu Nianji came to the car and called out into the darkness, Hu Xiao? The car was too quiet. It didn't seem like anyone was inside. She wondered if Hu Xiaoheng had gotten out to smoke like Fan Jian. Just as she was debating whether to open the door, it opened from the inside. Hu Xiaoheng reached out to her and said in a low voice, Come in. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She placed her hand in Hu Xiaoheng's palm and was pulled into the car by him. The door closed with a click. Hu Xiaoheng used one hand to pull her into his embrace. He supported the back of her head with one hand and wrapped the other around the back of her waist. He held her tightly in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. He sucked on her slightly cold lips with shocking strength. Gu Nianji really liked the way he was hugging her. Although Hu Xiaoheng was very strong and she was almost suffocating from being hugged so tightly, she enjoyed it. It made her feel very safe. Her love for Hu Xiaoheng started from a sense of security. His lips were very hot. His embrace was also very warm. Gu Nianji didn't even notice when his hand slipped under her coat. It was too warm. He held her tightly. Although it hurt, she didn't make a sound. She could feel Hu Xiaoheng's excitement. She was happy but also a little scared. Hu Xiaoheng's stormy kisses finally eased the heat in his chest. He stuck the tip of his tongue deep inside Gu Nianji's lips to find the miracle cure. Gu Nianji's giggling reverberated between his lips and teeth, causing ripples in his heart. What are you laughing at? Hu Xiaoheng nuzzled her face and gradually calmed down. Gu Nianji sat in Hu Xiaoheng's embrace. She reached out and hugged his neck. She leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled. What's wrong with you today? Nothing. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her. Are you busy with your homework? My homework has never been a problem. Gu Nianji's hand moved from Hu Xiaoheng's neck to his collar. She caressed and played with the buckle at the base of his neck. You haven't called me in the past few days. I was still thinking about what to do over the weekend. This weekend was Gu Nianji's first weekend back at school. There was nothing to do at school. Gu Nianji was worried about where to stay. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't called. She didn't know if she should go to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence or the apartment he said he would prepare for her. Where do you want to go? Hua Xiaoheng held her hand to stop her from touching it. Do you want to go back to the base with me or to the apartment? If I go to the apartment, will you go? This was the question Gu Nianji was most concerned about. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. You go back to the base this weekend. There are still some places in the apartment that haven't been completely renovated. It's best to wait a few more days. Gu Nianji nodded. Okay. I'll go back to the base tomorrow. I'll have Big Xiong pick you up. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her cheek again. Okay, you can go back now. You're leaving already. Gu Nianji was reluctant to leave. She complained, I'm only staying for a while. Hua Xiaoheng could only kiss her again before letting her go. Gu Nianji got out of the car and adjusted her coat that Hua Xiaoheng had opened. She waved at him and ran back to the dorm. Brother Fan, you can go back now. Gu Nianji made a face at him and walked back into the dorm. Miao Yunxiao quickly walked up from behind her and gave her a condescending smile as she passed her. She walked into the elevator and closed the door before Gu Nianji could come in. Gu Nianji watched speechlessly as the elevator door closed in front of her and the flash of disdain on Miao Yunxiao's face. How childish. Gu Nianji muttered and was about to look for another elevator when she suddenly remembered that she wanted to buy pancakes for Ma Chichi. She turned around and rushed out of the dorm building to buy pancakes from the snack shop around the corner. Little sister. You also eat pancakes? Senior brother Duan walked out of the shop with 2 pancakes in his hands and looked at her with a smile. Gu Nianji quickly greeted him. Hi brother Duan. You're here to buy pancakes too? Yeah, I'm buying them for brother Huang. I lost a bet with him, haha. Brother Duan laughed heartily. Gu Nianji's pretty face almost glowed in the soft light. He was dazzled and couldn't help asking, Nianji, next weekend happens to be Valentine's Day. Do you have any plans? It was the second watch. A reminder for my friends' monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was no third watch today. Mwah. Chapter 381. From little sister to Nianji, in the blink of an eye, her tone changed so quickly. Gu Nianji smiled and felt that brother Duan's question was inappropriate. How could she tell someone she didn't know about Valentine's Day? Valentine's Day. I never thought about it. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile and glanced inside the store. She immediately said, Oh. There are so many people. I have to go buy pancakes. Talk to you later, brother Duan. Duan Chun watched as Gu Nianji ran past him like a gust of wind and entered the store. There were indeed many people inside, so he couldn't drag her back to ask about Valentine's Day plans. He could only sigh and shake his head. He muttered, little sister really isn't eldest brothers or second brothers. He regretfully returned to the dormitory. Gu Nianji arrived at the pancake store and waited in line for a while before it was her turn. She smiled at the owner. I want 2 pancakes with 2 eggs each. Also, the crispy pancakes need spicy sauce. The owner skillfully made the pancakes and handed them to her in 2 small paper boxes. He chuckled. Xing Hui, 16 yuan. Gu Nianji took out the money for him and placed the 2 small paper boxes in a small bag to take away. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Ma Chichi smelled food and ran out of her room. She said to Gu Nianji standing in the living room, You're finally back. What took you so long? I almost fainted from hunger. Gu Nianji handed the small bag to her and smiled as she patted her head. Eat, eat. There were so many people. I was worried you'd be hungry, so I bought two. Oh. That's great. I'm still regretting that I didn't tell you enough. How can one be enough? Of course I want two. Machichi took out 2 paper boxes from the small bag and sniffed deeply. It smells so good. Putting down the paper boxes, Machichi went to her room to get money and handed it to Gunyenji. Thank you for your help. Gunyenji quickly declined. It's okay, it's okay. It's just 2 pancakes. Why bother? Machichi stubbornly refused. If you don't take the money, then I won't eat it. I'll give it back to you. Gunyenji looked at her in shock. Chichi, what's wrong? Isn't it just 2 pancakes? Why are you so angry with me? Nyenji, I know 2 pancakes aren't worth much, but I was the one who asked you to bring them. That's a different matter. Of course I have to pay. Machichi shoved the money into Gunyenji's hand. I can't let you run errands and pay for it at the same time, right? Do I have to take advantage of such a small matter? Gunyenji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she took the money. I know. Isn't it just 2 pancakes? Look at how far you've gone. I don't want to go that far. Machichi smiled and took a bite of her pancake. She mumbled, it's just like borrowing money. If you pay back what you borrow, it won't be hard to borrow again, right? Yes. You're the one with the most principles. Gunyenji smiled as she pinched Machichi's perky little nose. She turned to walk to her room as she said, I'm so tired today. I haven't even showered yet. Machichi sat at the dining table in the living room and put the rest of the pancake on a small plate. She made herself a cup of soy milk and ate it slowly. She glanced at Gunyenji's room and suddenly remembered that Gunyenji said she was going out to buy something. However, she had been out for so long and had only brought back 2 pancakes. She hadn't bought anything else, this little girl. She's still sneaking around and hiding things from me. Machichi's eyes darted around as she thought of some possible reasons. Of course, the most likely reason was that Gunyenji had gone out to see the man she liked. She didn't say it was her boyfriend because she hadn't officially said it. From Machichi's perspective, any relationship that couldn't be made public wasn't considered a relationship. Therefore, she wouldn't ask if Gunyenji didn't say it. It was her privacy. Gunyenji returned to her room and took off her coat to throw it on the small 2-seater sofa by the wall. She walked to the bathroom to shower. She stood under the shower head in the bathroom, the hot water washing her sweaty body. She couldn't help smiling and blushing as she recalled the scene just now. She hummed a song as she showered. The rushing water washed away the fatigue and nervousness of the day. Gunyenji was in a very good mood and went to sleep comfortably after her shower. The next day was Friday. Gunyenji hadn't eaten at the library all day and finally finished the thesis Hijichu had assigned at 5 p.m. She emailed it to him. Her stomach growled as she packed her bag. Gunyenji hurriedly walked out of the library. She originally wanted to go back and shower before calling Hua Xiaoheng to ask about the car. However, her phone was already ringing. It wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gunyenji took out her phone and saw it was Fan Jian calling. She quickly said, Brother Fan, where are you? I'm already downstairs from your dorm. Where are you? Fan Jian's voice came from the phone. He sounded a bit anxious. Gunyenji quickly said, I'm in the library. I just came out and was about to go back to the dorm. I'm already downstairs from your dorm. Fan Jian sighed in relief. Come back soon, little miss. Gunyenji giggled. I'll be right back. Wait for me. She left the library and found her bike. She quickly rode it back to the dorm. Nyenji, this way. Get in. Fan Jian stood in front of the car door. His posture was straight. He had a well-built body and regular features. He had the word righteousness written all over his body. I'm not going back to the dorm. Gu Nianji locked her bike in the bike shed downstairs and walked out with her bag. I haven't taken my things yet. Your things are already there. What else are you going to take? Fan Jian quickly opened the door. Hurry up and go back. Huashao has been so busy these past few days that he doesn't even have time to eat. We're hoping you can hurry back and give him a good meal. Oh. Why aren't you eating? Gu Nianji was also anxious. Okay, I'll go now. She took out her phone and left a message for Ma Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I'm going home. I won't be going back to the dorm. Have a good weekend. Gu Nianji had just fastened her seatbelt when she got into the car. She looked up and saw Miao Yunxiao standing not too far away. She was staring at her, but she didn't know if she was looking at her or the car. Gu Nianji didn't mind and said to Fan Jian, I'm done. Let's go. Fan Jian started the car and quickly drove out of the south gate of B University. He headed to the official residence of the Special Ops headquarters in the imperial capital. Has Huashao been busy lately? Why can't he even eat? Gu Nianji was curious. Is there a need for that with his current position? Huashao was already a major general. This meant that he was more in charge of people and not doing things himself. He could only be more useful if he gathered a group of capable subordinates. He couldn't do everything himself. It's a long story. We're just subordinates. It's not our place to persuade him. Nianji, if you have the heart, help persuade Huashao. Fan Jian smiled and looked at her in the rearview mirror. Huashao will still listen to you. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness, but she also felt a bit embarrassed. She leaned forward and rested her arm on the back of the seat in front of her. I should be the one listening to Huashao. Why would he listen to me? You have a point. Of course Huashao listens to you. Fan Jian looked at her again. Nianji, you and Huashao. Gu Nianji's face instantly flushed. She retracted her arm and leaned back in her seat. She said meekly, there's nothing between me and Huashao. Brother Fan, please don't say things like that. Nothing is the best. Fan Jian sighed in relief. His mood lightened. We all know Huashao is good to you. He's been good to you since you were young. It didn't just start now, right? Yes, of course. Gu Nianji nodded. I only knew Huashao when I was young. I remember it all. The two chatted and laughed. Soon, they arrived at Huashaoheng's headquarters. Huashaoheng had just been called away by Speaker Long. His car and Gu Nianji's car almost brushed past each other. Gu Nianji sat in the car and didn't know, but Fan Jian knew Huashaoheng's whereabouts from the central control system. He looked at Gu Nianji in the rearview mirror and said quietly, Nianji, when we get home, eat and rest by yourself. The situation has changed. Oh. Gu Nianji froze. What's wrong? Did Huashao have something urgent to do? Yes, I just received news that Speaker Long called Huashao over. Huashao just left the headquarters. Fan Jian resisted telling her that Huashaoheng's car had just brushed past their car. Gu Nianji would be even more upset if she heard it. As expected, Gu Nianji's mood was already gloomy. She grabbed her bag and unconsciously tore at a pendant on it. The excitement in her heart had already dissipated. She thought that her mood swings were too great. It was worse than when she was with Huashaoheng in the past. Back then, Huashaoheng often went on missions or went to meetings. She had never been this worried. Gu Nianji comforted herself, but she still couldn't calm down. Because the expectations she had for Hu Xiaoheng in the past were completely different from the feelings she had now. The car stopped in front of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji opened the door and walked out. The inky night had already rushed in. She looked back at the road she had come from and saw that it was already dark. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the car and rubbed his temples. He said to Yin Shixiang, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, "Fan Jian has already gone to pick Nianji up, right?" "Yes, he went around 4 in the morning. He should be on his way back now, right?" Yin Shixiang answered Fan Jian's call. "Little Fan, are you back?" "Big Xiong, we're back. Nianji just got out of the car," Fan Jian said as he passed the phone to Gu Nianji. "It's Big Xiong." Gu Nianji quickly took it. "Brother Xiong, where's Hua Xiao?" "Hua Xiao is here." Yin Shixiang passed the phone to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng took it. His deep voice came out of the phone and magically soothed Gu Nianji's restless emotions. "Nianji, wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." This was the first update. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second was a 5,000-word chapter. Around 2 p.m. Mwah. Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 382. Gu Nianji's fluttering heart finally calmed down. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was emotionless over the phone. He was simply stating a fact to her calmly. But ordinary words sounded different to the ears of a lover. She agreed quietly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay, good girl." Hua Xiaoheng hung up and passed the phone back to Yin Shixiang, who was in the front passenger seat. He sat alone in the back seat with his elbows on the side of the window. He was deep in thought. For the past few days, they had been searching for the actual situation of the people named Gu Xiangwen without rest, but it seemed that they had reached a dead end. A few days ago, after receiving authorization from the Supreme Military Council and the Senate, the Special Operations Forces had sent people down to find the dozens of people named Gu Xiangwen on their list. Then they used all kinds of excuses to obtain their blood and bring it back to the imperial capital for DNA testing. The results were depressing. There were dozens of Gu Xiangwen around the same age, but none of them matched Gu Nianji's DNA. They couldn't even find a distant relative who was slightly similar. Could it be that they had missed some important clue? Hua Xiaoheng repeatedly thought about the name Gu Nianji called out when she was unconscious. He couldn't help but feel that it had something to do with Gu Nianji. But if it really was related, what was it? Could it not be related by blood? But Gu Nianji had clearly said in her sleep that it was her father, a father who wasn't related by blood. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. He had a vague feeling that the truth was not far away, but there was a layer of fog in between. If the fog didn't dissipate, they wouldn't be able to see the truth. No matter how he thought about it, they must have missed something important. Yin Shixiang played with his phone for a while and turned to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, did Speaker Long say anything to you? Do you want to make arrangements in advance?" Hua Xiaoheng propped his chin on his hand and turned to look at the night sky flying by outside the window. He said calmly, "What could it be? We are the military, and they are the Senate. We have our own rules." "That's true." Yin Shixiang nodded. "However, we've always had a good relationship with the upper house of parliament. The military allocations are approved by the upper house every year." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang. "We'll apply according to the rules, and they'll allocate funds according to the law. There's no question of who's begging whom. Of course, he would not take the initiative to sour his relationship with the parliament. In fact, every problem in this world has a solution. It's up to you to find it." Half an hour later, Hua Xiaoheng's car finally stopped in front of Speaker Long's house. Because it was a weekend night, everyone was very relaxed. Senior Speaker Long's house was very lively. People came and went, and luxury cars filled the parking lot not far away. There were songs and laughter everywhere, as if they were having a party. When he got out of the car, he immediately smelled the aroma of roasted meat in the air. For Hu Xiaoheng, who had been starving and full for several days, the temptation of this kind of food was the most unbearable. He clenched his fists and coughed lightly, then said to Yin Shixiang, "Go ask what happened." He thought it was official business, but from the looks of it, it seemed to be a private matter. Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the car door unhappily, bent one of his long legs, and lit a cigarette. After 2 puffs, someone walked up to him and reminded him softly, "Sir, this is a non-smoking area. You can't smoke here. Please put out your cigarette." The voice sounded strangely similar to Gu Nianji's voice, and he could almost look forward to Gu Nianji's mature and moving voice. Hu Xiaoheng looked up. The light shone from the door, and the person stood with her back to the light. Her face was a bit dark, but it wasn't completely invisible. The light seemed to be specially soft, and it illuminated the woman in front of him. Her skin was as white as jade, and her facial features were 40 to 50% similar to Gu Nianji's. Perhaps this was what Gu Nianji would look like when she was fully grown. Hu Xiaoheng took a second look. Speaker Long's voice quickly came from behind. "Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng. You're here. Why aren't you going in?" Speaker Long walked to the woman and stood face to face with Hu Xiaoheng. He glanced at them with a smile. "Ha! You guys are already talking. I was just about to introduce him to you." Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly. Speaker Long patted him on the shoulder and introduced the woman to him. "This is Xie Qingying, my niece." "Oh yes, her father's surname is also Xie. Speaking of which, he's from the same family as your grandmother, the Xie family." Then he introduced Hu Xiaoheng to Xie Qingying. "This is Hu Xiaoheng. He's the youngest general we were talking about." Xie Qingying finally saw Hu Xiaoheng's face clearly. Hu Xiaoheng was standing against the light. When he lowered his head to smoke earlier, the woman only thought that his figure was tall and straight, and he looked especially handsome when he smoked. But no matter how handsome he was, he couldn't smoke in a non-smoking area. It was a matter of principle. But now that he looked up and saw his face clearly, Xie Qingying only thought in her heart that with such a handsome face, he would be forgiven no matter what he did, right? Not to mention it was just smoking. Xie Qingying secretly laughed at herself for being infatuated. She gracefully extended her hand to Hu Xiaoheng. "You're Major General Hua. Nice to meet you." Hu Xiaoheng held a cigarette in one hand and shook her hand with the other. "Nice to meet you." His hand was wide and warm, and the center of his palm was especially hot. Xie Qingying could feel it as soon as she shook his hand. She was quiet for a few seconds before saying, "Major General Hua must be feeling hot recently, right? You should eat some warm soup to balance it out." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "It's all right. I've been busy with work recently." He looked at Speaker Long, who was smiling. "Speaker Long, do you want to talk in the study?" This meant that he wasn't here to attend a party. He was here because Speaker Long had business to attend to. Speaker Long laughed and rubbed his head. "Yes, let's talk in the study." Then he winked at Xie Qingying. "Qingying, please grill some meat for us. Xiaoheng and I will talk while we eat." "Yes, uncle." The corners of Xie Qingying's mouth curled up into a smile, revealing a pair of dimples. Her smile resembled Gu Nianji's. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything and quietly followed Speaker Long into his study. Along the way, people kept greeting him or Speaker Long. He only nodded and smiled along the way and didn't say anything. Just like that, they arrived at Speaker Long's study on the 3rd floor. This was also Speaker Long's office and took up an entire floor. The entrance was guarded by people from the Special Task Force, and the security requirements were very strict. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't need additional security checks because he was already one of the highest-ranking people in the Empire's security system. There were less than 5 people like him in the entire Huaxia Empire. When he sat down in Speaker Long's study, Speaker Long personally made him a cup of tea. Come, try it. It's authentic Dahong Pao tea leaves from the Dahong Pao mother tree in the south. It's been 5 years, and I've only been given 2 ounces of tea leaves. I didn't even give it to my wife when she wanted to drink it. Hu Xiaoheng was about to drink from the teacup when he heard Speaker Long's words. He put it down with a half-smile. Speaker Long, don't trick me. Your wife can't even drink something she wants to drink. If you give it to me, will your wife still look at me in the future? How is that possible? I'm the one who didn't give it to her and only gave it to you. Why would she be angry at you? Speaker Long laughed heartily as he sat down across from him. He first took a sip happily, then closed his eyes to savor the sweet fragrance of authentic Dahong Pao tea. Hu Xiaoheng said, "Don't tell me that if you really did that, your wife definitely wouldn't hate you. She would only hate me for drinking something she wants to drink but can't." Ha 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 ha, I really can't out-talk you. Speaker Long laughed heartily. Alright, I was just joking with you. I was just exaggerating. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Hu Xiaoheng finally raised his teacup again and took a sip. He smiled and said, "It's good that you're joking. It's my honor to be able to drink Speaker Long's Dahong Pao tea." Look at you, you're joking too. Speaker Long burst into laughter, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. It was very infectious. Hu Xiaoheng raised his teacup to him. Speaker Long, then I'll use tea in place of wine to toast you. Toast me once is enough. What's with a cup? Speaker Long pretended to be reluctant and teased him. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before Speaker Long got to the point. Xiaoheng, I called you here today because it's the weekend and I wanted you to relax and have fun with everyone. Don't focus on work, Speaker Long said earnestly. Speaker Long said earnestly, as you know, today the Senate is reviewing the budget expenditure for the next year and the promotion and demotion of personnel. There are so many senior generals in the military, but you are the only single one. This is indeed not good, and it will not be beneficial for your future promotion. Hu Xiaoheng sat leisurely on the sofa and slowly placed the teacup in his hand on the coffee table. He said calmly, I'm thinking about personal matters. Please rest assured, Speaker Long. Before Speaker Long could reply, someone on the intercom at the door said, Is Speaker Long inside? General G is here. Invite him in. Invite him in. Speaker Long stood up. The door to the study was pushed open, and General G strode in. Old Long, you called Xiaoheng over to cancel the engagement on your own. You didn't even wait for me. General G's voice was especially loud. As soon as he spoke, the entire room exploded. Hu Xiaoheng also stood up and saluted General G. Hello, Chief. Good, good, good. Sit, don't be shy. As he spoke, he and Speaker Long sat across from Hu Xiaoheng. It was a 2-to-1 ratio. Hu Xiaoheng calmly sat down across from them. His expressionless face was as expressionless as ever. Speaker Long glanced at him and said to General G, Didn't I tell you? Xiaoheng isn't even 30 yet. This kind of bearing is really rare. You have to nurture him well. Of course, that goes without saying. General G was very proud of his foresight. He took an envelope out of his pocket and threw it on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa. See, this is also my foresight. Xiaoheng, back then, I deliberately picked you out of so many lieutenants to carry out a special mission. The mission was successfully completed, and your rank rose higher and higher. After so many years, do you think I didn't misjudge you? How was Hua Xiaoheng supposed to answer this? However, he could only bite the bullet and answer, you definitely didn't misjudge me. Speaker Long was amused by him again and said, all right, you two can stop acting. Come on, old G, let's talk business. Business is these photos. General G tipped the envelope down, and many photos fell out. They were all photos of women, all very beautiful, and the kind of beauty that hadn't been photographed. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them casually. These photos are of missing persons. Pfft. General G finally couldn't stand Hua Xiaoheng. You only know how to joke around with me. I'll be straightforward today. The military wants you to get married, and these are the suitable partners. You can choose well, and we'll hold a blind date and invite all the bachelors in the military to participate. What do you think? The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth finally twitched. He picked up his teacup and took another sip. I'm already thinking about my personal problems. I don't need a blind date, but there are some bachelors in the Special Operations Forces who need to deal with their personal problems. I'll ask them to attend the blind date when the time comes. Xiaoheng, you're good. You're sacrificing your own friends for me. Speaker Long clicked his tongue. Sly. Too sly. Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He put down his teacup and heard the door to the study open again. Xie Qingying came in with a large plate of barbecued meat. You guys must be hungry. Qingying, come here and greet Uncle G. Speaker Long very kindly introduced General G to her. Xie Qingying greeted General G politely and divided the barbecued meat for the three of them. She placed knives, forks, chopsticks, and condiments on the coffee table. Enjoy yourselves, I'll be leaving now. If you want more, just call me, Uncle, and I'll bring it up. Xie Qingying left the study as she spoke. She didn't look at Hua Xiaoheng again, but Hua Xiaoheng kept looking at her back thoughtfully. General G and Speaker Long sensed Hua Xiaoheng's different feelings towards Xie Qingying. They looked at each other and felt that there was a chance. General G deliberately asked Speaker Long about Xie Qingying. Old Long, why don't I remember you having a niece with the surname Xie? And she's all grown up. Speaker Long took out his knife and fork to eat a piece of barbecued meat. He finished the skewer before saying, she's actually not my cousin's biological daughter. Oh. Her father is a distant relative of the Xie family. When the Xie family all went abroad to settle down, their branch also moved out. Xie Qingying was born abroad. But her mother passed away early, and her father only recently remarried my cousin. Xie Qingying is my cousin's stepdaughter. Here, this is a photo of their family. Speaker Long explained the complicated relationship and even took out Xie Qingying's family photo at the end. It was obvious that he had come prepared. Hua Xiaoheng took it and looked at it. There were two photos. One was a photo of Xie Qingying's biological parents holding a little girl. The other was a photo of Xie Qingying's father and stepmother. Xie Qingying was already in her current state. She wore a polite smile as she sat next to her father. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was attracted to Xie Qingying's biological mother. It was obvious that Xie Qingying looked like her mother. General G frowned and said, oh, the cousin whose husband passed away a few years ago. Yes, her husband passed away before she had a child. She went abroad to relax and met Qingying's father. The two of them fell in love and remarried. Speaker Long looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, Qingying grew up abroad and returned to the country with her father and stepmother not long ago. Do you have time to take her out for a walk? General G heard this and quickly said, oh right, why don't you take Piaohong and accompany Miss Xia around the imperial capital? Hua Xiaoheng ignored the two old men, whose combined ages were over 100 years old, trying to play matchmaker. He looked at Speaker Long and said, Miss Xia grew up abroad and is also a foreign citizen. According to regulations, I can't be alone with foreigners in private. The Huaxia Empire did have such regulations. If people of their status wanted to interact with foreigners, a third party had to be present and they had to report it to the relevant authorities afterwards. Speaker Long coughed and said, her family has already given up their foreign citizenship and settled down in the Huaxia Empire, so you don't have to worry about this. I'm not worried, I just don't want to violate national regulations. Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly and handed the 2 photos back to Speaker Long. He asked casually, what's the name of Miss Xia's biological mother? I don't know about that. Speaker Long shrugged. Ask her again when she comes to deliver the barbecue later. No need, I still have things to do. Thank you for the tea and barbecue today, Speaker Long. I'll treat you again next time. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and saluted General Ji again. Okay, you can go. General Ji smiled and waved his hand. You have to pay attention to your personal problems, understand? Don't force our old man to do anything. Yes, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng nodded to General Ji and Speaker Long and turned to leave. When he came out of the study, he ran into Xie Qingying who was carrying another plate of barbecue. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng come out, Xie Qingying quickly asked, Major General Hu, don't you want to eat more? No, I still have things to do. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at her, then suddenly reached out and gently brushed her shoulder. There's a bug. Xie Qingying was shocked and almost knocked over the plate of barbecue in her hand. She stood there in shock, her whole body stiff. What bug? Major General Hu. Did you get rid of the bug? Yes, I did. Hu Xiaoheng retracted his hand and held a strand of Xie Qingying's hair firmly in his palm. The 2 of them passed each other in the hallway. However, after a few steps, he suddenly stopped as if he remembered something. He turned around and asked Xie Qingying, Miss Xie, what's the name of your biological mother? Gu Tian, Xie Qingying blurted out. This was the 2nd chapter of the novel, which was 5,000 words long. Because it was a big chapter, it took an extra hour. She just wanted to ask, do you still have monthly votes? What about recommendation votes? Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 383. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it. So your mother's surname is Gu. Xie Qingying thought Hu Xiaoheng was talking about her calling Speaker Long uncle. She composed herself and said, my birth mother's surname is indeed Gu, but my stepmother's surname is Long, so it's not too much for me to call Speaker Long uncle, right? In-law relationships weren't based on blood. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, of course not. I don't know if Speaker Long told you, but my grandmother was from the Xia family, so maybe we're related. Oh. Xie Qingying was surprised. I didn't know. Uncle hasn't mentioned this yet. I just returned from Europe with my father and stepmother a few days ago, so I'm still jet-lagged. Then rest well, Miss Xia. I won't disturb you any longer. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and strode away. Xie Qingying was still confused. She carried the barbecue plate to Speaker Long's study and said, Uncle, I just met Major General Hu in the hallway. He asked me what my birth mother's name was. Did you tell him about me? Speaker Long was overjoyed. He really asked. Yes. Xie Qingying looked at Speaker Long's surprised expression and couldn't help laughing. You're smiling so happily. Did something good happen? Something good. Ah, something good. Maybe something good will happen very soon. Speaker Long looked at the Dahong Pao in front of him and waved his hand. No tea. Old G, let's drink. Qingying, go find your aunt and tell her I want Mao Tai. Where did she put it? Xie Qingying stood up with a smile. I'll go find my aunt. After she left, General Ji quietly asked Speaker Long. Do you think there's a chance between these two? Speaker Long's smile disappeared. Actually, I'm both happy and worried if there's a chance between them. General Ji thought about it and muttered to himself, actually, it's not that complicated. Everything starts with a good impression. I think that if it works out, Nianji will be their matchmaker. What are you worried about? Old Ji, you just don't understand people. If they can get together, it means that Xiaoheng has different feelings for Gu Nianji. Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to develop feelings for her? Speaker Long shook his head. However, we will definitely keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. General Ji's feelings for Hu Xiaoheng were different from Speaker Long's. Speaker Long was treating Hu Xiaoheng from the perspective of national interests. General Ji had watched Hu Xiaoheng grow up, so his concern for him was more like concern for his nephew. Old Long, to be honest, I still don't think Xiaoheng and Nianji have any special relationship. But if they do, as long as Gu Nianji can find out that her family background is clean, I won't object. You don't object. So what if Gu Nianji had a clean background? She grew up with Xiaoheng at the age of 12. What would outsiders say about Xiaoheng if they found out? Don't you know that gossip is a fearful thing? Speaker Long was so angry that he slammed the coffee table. If you had experienced the ups and downs of the election, you would know what I mean. That's really taking a small black spot and magnifying it with a magnifying glass, and then distorting it to an unbearable degree. Old Long, this is where we have a different view. A clear conscience is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Let outsiders speak. It's not like we can shut people up anyway. When you have a conflict of interest with others, even if you don't have any black spots, others will create black spots for you. So why should we care about what those people say? General Ji waved his hand disapprovingly. All right, Old Long, no matter what, let's not argue. We are all doing this for Xiaoheng's own good. He is a reasonable person and will definitely not let us down. Speaker Long thought about it with a straight face for a long time before nodding reluctantly. All right, Old Ji, you've convinced me this time. But let's get the ugly words out of the way first. Xiaoheng's position is extremely important, so his wife must be approved by the organization. Also, she must go through the most stringent security checks. Do you agree? Agree. Agree. Of course I agree. Xiaoheng knows his priorities. If he doesn't feel at ease, he won't marry her. You can rest assured. General Ji and Speaker Long reached out their hands at the same time and high-fived to seal the deal. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his car, still holding the strand of hair tightly in his hand. His palm was already hot to begin with, and now it was even more damp. He was worried that the DNA test wouldn't be able to be done if the hair was stained, so he asked Yin Shixiang after getting into the car, Big Xiong, do you have a small plastic bag for evidence in the car? Yes, we have it all in the car. Yin Shixiang opened a partition and took out a small box. He opened the box and took out a brand new plastic bag. Give me the whole box. Hu Xiaoheng reached out. Yin Shixiang handed the whole box over. Hu Xiaoheng opened the box and took out a pair of transparent plastic gloves to wear. He then picked up a pair of tweezers and carefully placed the strand of hair on a piece of white cotton paper to absorb the sweat before placing it in the small plastic bag. Yin Shixiang looked back but didn't ask anything. He looked ahead silently. Everyone was silent the entire way in the car and quickly returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Hu Xiaoheng didn't return to the official residence first. Instead, he called Chen Lai and asked, "Where are you?" Chen Lai had been busy helping those Gu Xiangwen blood samples for DNA testing the past few days. He had just returned home to sleep for a few hours. Hu Xiaoheng's phone call had woken him up. He felt very uncomfortable, so he closed his eyes and covered himself with the blankets. His voice was muffled as he said, "Hu Xiao, you have something very important to tell me. Otherwise, the consequences of waking me up will be very serious." Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "I have something urgent to talk to you about." "Speak." Chen Lai replied angrily. "I made some more stuff. You can help me with the DNA test." Hu Xiaoheng paused. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the side of the car window, making a soft tapping sound that was particularly ear-piercing in the silent car. Chen Lai lifted the blankets and sat up. He scratched his messy hair with one hand and was speechless for a moment. He said, "Where did you get this?" "I'm telling you, those people aren't right. They have nothing to do with Nianji. I've tested many pieces of DNA. I'm almost done with all of them. Where did you get the information that the name Gu Xiangwen has something to do with Nianji?" Of course, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't say where he got the information. He said calmly, "According to the country's security laws, I can't reveal my source to you." Chen Lai was speechless. "Fine, you're in the right because you have a higher rank." Chen Lai groaned as he got off the bed. His expression was very unpleasant, but he still said to the phone, "I'll go to the lab right away." "Where's your stuff? I can at least ask what it is, right?" "It's a strand of hair." Hu Xiaoheng looked at the small plastic bag in front of him. "Is it enough?" "Of course it's enough. Don't worry about my skills." Chen Lai found some clothes lazily and put them on. He didn't even comb his hair and ran out of the house to the lab at the base. On the way, he met Yiziden. She was carrying an insulated lunchbox and was talking and laughing with a tall and handsome man. Chen Lai's heart ached. He pretended not to see them and hurriedly ran past them with his head down. The man glanced at Chen Lai's back, then at Yiziden. He wanted to say something but stopped. Yiziden was still telling him about the interesting things that happened in the hospital. "That day, I came back from a ward round. Not long after I sat down to rest, the door was pushed open. A man rushed in and kowtowed to me. I was scared and quickly helped him up. I asked him what he wanted. And then he told me about his illness. I was so embarrassed, because he went to the wrong room and kowtowed to the wrong person." Yiziden burst out laughing. "You didn't see the man's face. He really wanted to beat me up. That can't be helped." The man nodded. As the saying goes, desperate patients turn to any doctor they can find. It's possible to get the wrong room number. Yiziden sighed. Dr. Ho is always so understanding and gentle. Patients love doctors like you the most. The man's name was Ho Qingren. He was sent to the Imperial Capital Hospital by the hospital below him to study. He was especially warm to Yiziden. "Dr. Yi, you flatter me. Actually, what's the use of being a doctor with a good temper? As long as you can cure an illness, even the most bad-tempered doctor is the god of saving patients." Ho Qingren really knew how to talk. His words hit home with Yiziden. Yes, some people don't have good tempers, but their medical skills and medical ethics are great. "I think it's already very rare," Yiziden said as she looked at the dormitory building in front of them. Ho Qingren asked with a smile, "I haven't asked you, who did you make the food in the insulated box for?" "Oh, I sent it to Dr. Chin. He's been busy with military affairs and hasn't slept for a few days. I heard that he doesn't eat well either. He's just making do. I just happened to make some soup, so I sent it to him." Yiziden walked to Chen Lai and said to Ho Qingren, "I don't know if he likes soup. I don't know if Dr. Chen likes soup, but I know he's not upstairs right now." Ho Qingren smiled and pointed. "How?" Yi Zidan was shocked. I remember he's always sleeping in the dormitory. He walked past us just now and went in that direction. Ho Qingren pointed in the direction he came from. Oh. Why didn't you call out to me? I didn't even see him. Yi Zidan said with annoyance and uneasily switched the insulated lunchbox to her right hand. She thought about it. I'll go over there and take a look. Dr. Chen must have gone to the lab. Yi Zidan said goodbye to Ho Qingren and went to the lab. Ho Qingren sighed and shook his head before turning to leave. Chen Lai arrived at the lab and saw Hu Xiaoheng already waiting at the door. As soon as he saw him, Hu Xiaoheng handed him a small plastic bag. Hurry up. When can we get the results by? Chen Lai accepted the plastic bag and said listlessly, that depends on what kind of results you want. What do you mean? It depends on what kind of relationship you want to test. Chen Lai opened the lab door and walked in. He put on the white lab coat hanging on the wall and turned to Hu Xiaoheng. What kind of relative is it this time? Mother. Last time, it was to test if those people were Gu Nianji's father. This time, he was taking a strand of hair. Was it probably to test for her mother? Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. No, I don't know what kind of relationship it is this time. Test as much as you can. Are you kidding? Chen Lai was furious. Are you kidding me? How are you going to test this? Immediate family relationships were easy to test, but if you didn't know what kind of relationship it was, it would be extremely troublesome to test. Hu Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder so hard he almost fell to the ground. Chen Lai, I have faith in you. You're so smart and capable. You'll definitely be able to find the similarity between this strand of hair and Gu Nianji's DNA and deduce their relationship, right? Chen Lai looked at Hu Xiaoheng from the corner of his eyes and smiled. I didn't think there would be a day when Hu Xiaoheng would compliment someone. I've lived long enough to see it. Fine, I'll give it a try just because of what you said. He put the machine on the rack and placed the strand of hair inside. He would first extract the DNA fragments from the hair, then conduct a comprehensive test. Finally, he would compare it with Gu Nianji's DNA. This was the most comprehensive test with the highest accuracy. Because they weren't sure about the relationship this time, they had to do this. They had confirmed the relationship before, so it would be much easier to verify it with DNA. That was because the DNA fragments of immediate family members were 99.5% similar. If it couldn't reach this level, then there would be no immediate family relationship. Hu Xiaoheng reminded him, this isn't an immediate family relationship, but a cousin relationship. If there is a relationship at all. Chen Lai waved his hand. No need to say that. Let the DNA do the talking. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and walked over with his hands behind his back. He tilted his head to watch Chen Lai operate skillfully. Not long after, Yi Zidan's voice sounded from behind him. Ha! Hu Xiaoheng is here too. Yi Zidan walked in with the insulated lunchbox in her hand. Chen Lai wanted to turn around, but when he recalled what he had just seen, he felt terrible and didn't want to turn around. He stiffened his neck and focused on the experiment. Hu Xiaoheng turned around to look at Yi Zidan, then at Chen Lai's awkward expression. He pursed his lips into a smile and said to Yi Zidan, Dr. Yi is here. Are you here to deliver food to Dr. Chen? Yi Zidan saw that Chen Lai didn't turn around and was a little embarrassed. She really wanted to turn around and leave, but she couldn't bear to. Hu Xiaoheng's words gave her a way out. She walked over with the lunchbox and nodded. Yes, I saw that Dr. Chen hasn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days, so I made some soup for him. Chen Lai's ears twitched, but he still didn't turn around. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him amusedly and turned around. Oh, maybe Dr. Chen doesn't want soup. I'm hungry anyway, so give it to me. I promise I'll finish it all. Get out. Chen Lai turned around abruptly and snatched the lunchbox from Hu Xiaoheng's hands. Go home and eat. Why are you fighting with me over food? Hu Xiaoheng spread his hands. I thought you wanted to eat, so I took it. Alright, if you want it, then don't say one thing and mean another. He winked at Chen Lai and patted Yi Zidan's shoulder before walking out. Chen Lai's voice came from behind him. If you want to go out, then go out. Don't touch other people. He seemed to be afraid of Hu Xiaoheng's behavior toward Yi Zidan. Yi Zidan quickly said, Dr. Chen, Hu Xiaoheng didn't mean anything by it. Don't talk to him like that. Here, do you want some soup? Chen Lai's anger was completely dissipated by Yi Zidan's gentle words. He sat in front of the table with a silly smile on his face as he watched Yi Zidan bring him a bowl and chopsticks, pouring him soup. His smile was one of bliss. When Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the lab, he looked back and smiled as he turned to leave. Gu Nianji waited for Hu Xiaoheng to come back, but there was no news until midnight. Hu Xiaoheng didn't show up or go home for the entire weekend. Gu Nianji returned to campus on Sunday night and felt very uncomfortable. He had sent a car to pick her up, but he didn't even show up. What was the meaning of this? Hu Xiaoheng spent the past 2 days in his office in the lab and personally watched Chen Lai's experiments. By Sunday night, Chen Lai's DNA sequence was finally complete. He looked at the results and sighed deeply. He took a thick stack of reports to Hu Xiaoheng's office and knocked on the door. Hu Xiaoheng, the results are out. Hu Xiaoheng looked up. His expression didn't change much, but his arms were trembling slightly from nervousness. Chen Lai didn't notice this at all because he was also very excited. Hu Xiaoheng, after 6 years, we finally found someone related to Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. Did you find out what kind of blood relationship they are? If it's on the paternal side, they should be cousins, Chen Lai said excitedly. If it's on the maternal side, the situation will be even more complicated. Hu Xiaoheng, tell me, it's on the paternal side, right? Hu Xiaoheng looked through the reports and nodded. I guess so. If there was really a blood relationship, then Xie Qingying's birth mother, Gu Tian, and Gu Nianji's father should be biological siblings or siblings. Since the results were out, Hu Xiaoheng didn't need to hide it from Chen Lai anymore. He told him about Xie Qingying's situation. Chen Lai suddenly understood. If that's the case, then it must be close. The DNA test proves that they are related, and they look similar. That should be it. He then asked, what about Gu Tian? If we can find her, Gu Xiangwen will definitely be able to find her. That's the unfortunate part. Hu Xiaoheng sighed deeply. Gu Tian passed away a long time ago. Chen Lai was speechless. How did she pass away? Did you find out? I've been asking little Zay to help me search for information over the past 2 days, as well as the Xies. I personally called my cousin in Europe to ask about Xie Qingying's mother. The cousin Hu Xiaoheng was referring to was his grandmother, Xie Xian's grandnephew. What do you mean? Since she was able to marry into the Xies should know her very well, right? Chen Lai asked eagerly. Not really. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. Xie Qingying's father and my cousin's family are many generations apart, so they don't really interact much. It's just that the Xies have a strong sense of clan, so we're still on the same family tree, so we can be considered relatives. Oh. Don't tell me your cousin doesn't know about Gu Tian. When they got married more than 20 years ago, my cousin's family sent gifts, so he has some impression of Gu Tian. He only knows that she wasn't in good health and died a month after giving birth. Hu Xiaoheng took out the results of his investigation. So our only lead now is Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao. This was the first chapter with 5,000 words. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. A reminder to you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 in the evening. Wax. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 384. Xie Dezhao married Gu Tian, so he must be very familiar with the Gu family. Chen Lai let out a long sigh. I finally found it. After a pause, Chen Lai said, Then is the Gu family not in the country? Yes, my cousin said that Xie Dezhao and his first wife met and married overseas. They were both born and raised overseas. Hua Xiaoheng paused and frowned slightly. Chen Lai sensed it very sensitively and turned to ask him, What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm thinking that if Nianji really is a daughter of the Gu family, then she probably isn't from the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the stack of documents thoughtfully. She appeared in our country, so it must have been when her family brought her back for a vacation or to visit relatives and friends. But why hasn't anyone looked for her in all these years? Yes, we checked the missing person report records back then. Chen Lai nodded. There was no case similar to Gu Nianji's situation at all. Where were her relatives? If they knew that she was missing, why didn't they come to find her? With Hua Xiaoheng's familiarity and control of the Huaxia Empire's immigration control, if someone really entered the country, I forgot to check one place. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed. If Nianji is a foreigner, then the immigration office must have her entry and exit records. At that time, we only checked the records of police stations across the country and didn't find her name in the immigration records. Who knew she was a foreigner back then? Chen Lai smiled bitterly. I still remember her. She was like a wary little animal. She didn't speak, but when she did speak, it was fluent Mandarin. There was no sign of her speaking another language. Hua Xiaoheng immediately stood up. Repeat the experiment again and hope to get the same result. I'll go find little Zhe. Hua Xiaoheng hurriedly left Chen Lai's lab and returned to his office. He said to Zhao Liangzi, who was waiting for him there, immediately check the customs entry and exit records before Nianji appeared 6 years ago. Find out if there's anyone named Gu Nianji. Zhao Liangzi gasped and stood up abruptly. Mr. Hua. You found Nianji's family? Not yet. But I hope it will be soon. Hua Xiaoheng walked in front of him. Investigate carefully. Don't let a single one go. I want to see who brought her here back then. Gu Nianji had only been 12 years old 6 years ago, so it was unlikely that she had entered the country alone. Even if a person entered the country alone, there must be a letter of entrustment from his family to entrust to the stewardess to take care of him. This was also documented. Zhao Liangzi was excited. I'll check right away. He had a special software that could search for a person's name in a sea of data. It was fast and would not miss anything. It was much faster and more accurate than searching by hand. Zhao Liangzi and Chen Lai worked together on both sides, with Hua Xiaoheng in the middle. No matter what support they needed, he would give them the green light. From the entry and exit administration of the customs to the temporary registration office for foreigners and the local authorities, they gave him whatever materials he wanted. If the other party showed any signs of shirking responsibility, Hua Xiaoheng would personally call their leader. Just like that, layers of green lights were turned on, and everyone's work progress was very fast. Zhao Liangzi even traced back to the year of Gu Nianji's birth, trying his best not to miss any possible clue. Hua Xiaoheng personally arranged for a meeting with Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao. When Speaker Long received Hua Xiaoheng's call to see Xie Dezhao, his jaw dropped and he couldn't close it for a long time. Xiaoheng, you're really swift and decisive. Speaker Long laughed happily. It's only been a few days, and you're already meeting her parents. You haven't even asked Qingying out, have you? Hua Xiaoheng knew that Speaker Long had misunderstood. He didn't explain further and only smiled. Speaker Long, I'm doing this for official business. There are some things that I need Mr. Xie's cooperation with at work. I was wondering if Speaker Long could pass a message for me. He then continued, there's no need to be too formal. We can just meet at a coffee shop near your house. Meet at a coffee shop? You're asking the wrong person, aren't you? Shouldn't you be asking someone's daughter? Why are you asking her father instead? Speaker Long was overjoyed and kept slapping the desk with one hand as he laughed heartily. Hu Xiaoheng smiled on the other end of the phone and quietly waited for Speaker Long to finish laughing before saying, do you have a way to contact him? I'll have my personal secretary set a time with him. Is it really official business? Speaker Long became serious. Can you tell me what kind of business it is? Hu Xiaoheng hesitated and felt that it wasn't time to tell Speaker Long yet. Gu Nianji's matter needed to be kept absolutely confidential. He didn't want to say anything without concrete evidence. This is a routine investigation. Hu Xiaoheng found an excuse. The Special Forces has the right to meet with any foreigners who come to our country at any time. Speaker Long knew that something was amiss, but it wasn't time for Hu Xiaoheng to tell him yet, so he didn't rush him. Instead, he said, all right then, I'll pass on the message for you. You can discuss the specific time and place. Thank you, Speaker Long. Hu Xiaoheng put down the phone and called Yin Shixiang over to help him arrange a meeting with Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao. Yin Shixiang received the order and immediately went to find a way to contact him. Xie Dezhao was a middle-aged man in his late 50s. He had a slender figure and looked very elegant. Although he was old, his skin and figure were well maintained. He was running on the treadmill when he received the call from the Special Forces. Hello, who's this? Xie Dezhao frowned and wiped his sweat with the towel around his neck. He got off the treadmill and sat on the sofa in the corner. He drank a glass of saline water to replenish his energy. Yin Shixiang asked politely, are you Mr. Xie Dezhao? Yes, I am. Who are you? Xie Dezhao asked again. He was getting impatient. This kind of random call wasn't another telemarketing call, was it? Xie Dezhao was about to hang up when the person on the other end of the line said, I mean Shixiang, the personal secretary of Major General Hua of the Special Forces. Major General Hua has something to discuss with you. May I know when you're free? Let's make an appointment. Special Forces. Xie Dezhao immediately remembered what Speaker Long had mentioned to him. He hadn't expected a call so soon. Xie Dezhao felt uneasy for a moment but quickly calmed down. Anyone who was interviewed by an organization like this would be nervous. But thinking about it carefully, he hadn't done anything shameful, so there was no need to be nervous about a meeting like this. He nodded. Okay, I'm free any day. I'll see what Major General Hua has in mind. That's great. Yin Shixiang was relieved. We hope to make an appointment as soon as possible. How about this, are you free tonight? Between 7 and 8. So soon. Xie Dezhao chuckled. He was also curious about what Hu Xiaoheng wanted to say to him. Yes, our chief is usually very busy and happens to be free tonight. Yin Shixiang chuckled and didn't allow Xie Dezhao to refuse. Then let's meet at a European cafe near Speaker Long's house. How about that? Okay, no problem. Xie Dezhao relaxed instantly. The European cafe was a place he often went for breakfast. He would be more at ease meeting Hu Xiaoheng at a place he was familiar with. After hanging up, Xie Dezhao went to the bathroom to shower. He planned to have an early dinner after that. When Xie Qingying returned home, dinner was already on the table. She asked in surprise, Dad, why are you eating so early today? I have something to do tonight. Xie Dezhao nodded at her with a smile. Major General Hua from the Special Operations Forces asked me to meet at a cafe. I don't want to be late, so I ate early and waited at the cafe. Xie Qingying froze. Major General Hua. Is his name Hua Xiaoheng? Yes, you know him too. Xia Dezhao was even more relieved. So it's someone I know. Then I'm not afraid anymore, ha ha ha. Xie Qingying chewed on her chopsticks and thought for a while. She couldn't figure out why Hua Xiaoheng wanted to talk to her father. She also recalled the day Hua Xiaoheng had suddenly stopped her and asked her for her birth mother's name. It felt a little strange. Dad, can you take me with you? I won't show up and will wait for you next door. Xie Qingying made this request after some thought. It was the second watch. He wanted to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes every day at mealtime. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 385. Xie Dezhao agreed with a smile, but reminded her, your uncle said that the Special Forces isn't an ordinary department. We just came back from abroad, so we must be careful and not cause trouble. We don't want to make things difficult for your uncle. Actually, his marriage to Speaker Long's cousin wasn't enough for their families to be particularly close. They were both married and had no children, so the bond between husband and wife wasn't very strong. Fortunately, Xie Dezhao didn't need to rely on Speaker Long to gain any benefits, so the two families got along well for the time being. Xie Qingying quickly agreed and hurriedly finished her meal before returning to her room to dress. She didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to know she was there, so she went to the coffee shop early. But what she didn't know was that with the nature of Hua Xiaoheng's work, he must have full control of the coffee shop to be able to meet with her father, Xie Dezhao. It was impossible for him to wait there in advance. Hua Xiaoheng was still on the way in his car when the people monitoring the coffee shop sent Zhao Liangzi a message saying that Xie Dezhao's daughter, Xie Qingying, had gone to the coffee shop early and was having coffee and snacks at a coffee table separated by a screen. Zhao Liangzi forwarded the message to Hua Xiaoheng and called him. Mr. Hua, Miss Xie is also there. Should I ask her to leave? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said calmly, no need, just watch her. We don't have anything particularly confidential to ask today, we just want to find out what's going on. It'll probably take less than 5 minutes. Zhao Liangzi took the order and sent it to the people monitoring the coffee shop to watch Xie Qingying and not cause trouble for Hua Xiaoheng. Xie Dezhao walked into the European-style coffee shop near Speaker Long's home on time. Sir, do you have an appointment? An elegantly dressed waitress walked to his side and bowed. Xie Dezhao looked around. The coffee shop was decorated very European style and looked very authentic to someone who had just returned from Europe. Most of the people here were foreigners, Caucasians, blacks, and of course, Huaxia people who had just returned from abroad. It seemed that the owner of the coffee shop had also returned from Europe. Xie Dezhao smiled at the waitress and said in a deep voice, thank you. I'm here to wait for someone, are you waiting for Mr. Hua? The waitress bowed slightly. Mr. Hua has made a reservation. Please follow me. Xie Dezhao was a little surprised. He had thought they would be chatting in the cafe's lobby and hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to book a private room. Xie Qingying watched as her father, Xie Dezhao, followed the waitress into a private room. She couldn't help feeling vexed. Then why did she follow him? I thought I could eavesdrop on them. Xie Qingying listlessly ordered another gram of Spanish seafood fried rice and sat behind the screen to eat. This European-style cafe also served some simple food at night, such as this Spanish seafood fried rice, which was very authentic. It tasted almost exactly the same as the fried rice she had eaten when she traveled to Spain. Hua Xiaoheng had just walked into the cafe when she was gorging herself. He wore a navy blue general's uniform. His shoulders were straight and broad, and he was unusually tall. When he walked past a few tall white men, he was not inferior at all. Moreover, his reserved aura added to the sense of mystery. He was like a fascinating book that people could not help but want to get close to him and study him carefully. Xie Qingying looked up from behind the screen to see Hua Xiaoheng's silhouette striding past. Her eyes narrowed and she almost forgot to breathe for a moment. After Hua Xiaoheng walked past, she realized that she was suffocating. She covered her neck with her hand and took a deep breath. Looking at the seafood fried rice in front of her again, it seemed inferior. Hua Xiaoheng pushed open the door to the VIP room in the cafe and saw an elegant man sitting at the coffee table. Judging by his age, he had taken good care of himself. Some of the characteristics of the Xia family could be seen in his eyes. For example, he had a tall, thin nose that was very sculptural. His eyes were slightly sunken and his eyebrows were shaped like swords. He was elegant with a hint of sharpness, but his features weren't as handsome as those of the Xia family. Hua Xiaoheng walked in slowly and stood in front of Xie Dezhao. He nodded slightly and asked, "Are you Mr. Xie Dezhao?" "Yes, I am." "Are you Major General Hua?" Xie Dezhao suddenly felt nervous when he saw Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's attitude was very amiable and his eyes were calm and gentle without a trace of aggression. However, Xie Dezhao felt like he couldn't breathe. "Yes, please sit." Hua Xiaoheng motioned for Xie Dezhao to sit down and sat down across from him. The waitress serving the private room came in and asked what they wanted. Hua Xiaoheng ordered a cup of Jamaican South Mountain black coffee, no sugar or milk, and a gram of Black Forest cake. Xie Dezhao ordered a cappuccino with sugar and milk and a gram of tiramisu. The waitress quickly brought the coffee and cake over and Hua Xiaoheng and Xie Dezhao began to chat over the coffee and cake. "I didn't expect to have such authentic cappuccino here. Look at how evenly the milk is whipped." Xie Dezhao first praised the coffee and then praised the tiramisu. Hua Xiaoheng only drank the coffee and didn't touch the Black Forest cake at all. However, he nodded. "This coffee tastes good." The two chatted for a while but never got to the point. It was as if they were competing in patience. Xie Dezhao finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed the coffee cup in his hand away. He frowned and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, I'm not here to talk about the coffee here, am I?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and said noncommittally, "Since it's a talk, we can talk about anything, including coffee." "Alright, I'm done talking. Coffee, cake, and yes, although this tiramisu is good, it's not as good as my daughter's. My daughter's tiramisu is top-notch. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat Major General Hua to my daughter's tiramisu." Xie Dezhao beamed at the mention of his daughter. Finally, he was talking about his daughter. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed slightly. He lowered his eyes and said nonchalantly, "Your daughter. Is it Miss Xie Qingying? She gets along well with Speaker Long's wife." "How rare. My wife is also a good woman. She treats Qingying like her own daughter. Speaker Long and his wife love me as well as her dog." Xie Dezhao complimented his wife again subtly. His remarried wife was 7 or 8 years younger than him but was already over 40. They weren't old couples. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Speaker Long's cousin. I've met her once. She's not bad." "Yes, when I met her in Europe, she was sketching in the suburbs alone. It was raining heavily and she couldn't make it back, so she stayed at my house for the night." Xie Dezhao's expression softened as he recalled meeting his remarried wife. He wasn't as nervous anymore. Hua Xiaoheng slowly got to the point. "Do you still plan on having children? As far as I know, you only have one daughter, Miss Xie Qingying, right?" "Ha! Children." Xie Dezhao's beautiful memories were suddenly interrupted by Hua Xiaoheng's mention of children. He frowned and looked away to look at the abstract painting on the wall of the single room. He said unhappily, "I'm already so old. I'm going to have grandchildren soon. Why would I want children? What if your wife wants one?" Hu Xiaoheng clasped his hands together and placed them on the coffee table, slowly breaking down Xie Dezhao's defenses. Her. No way. Xie Dezhao's frown deepened. We've never talked about this before. Maybe it's not necessary. We're not young after all. I'm almost 50 and she's in her early 40s. Can we still have children? If both parties are healthy, it's not impossible to have a woman in her 40s. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and lowered his head to take a sip of coffee. The bitter coffee actually had a sweet aftertaste in the mouth. This was the beauty of coffee. The first sip was bitter, the second was special, the third was sweet, and by the fourth, it was inseparable. Xie Dezhao suddenly clenched his fists. He was agitated. No. No. We don't want children. Women giving birth is a huge blow to their bodies. I don't ever want to see a woman give birth again. Hu Xiaoheng had learned from his cousin that Xie Dezhao's first wife, Gu Tian, had a health breakdown due to childbirth. She lost all her immune functions and caught a small cold during her confinement period before dying. This was a knot in Xie Dezhao's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remarried more than 20 years after his wife's death. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't a psychiatrist and his goal wasn't to help Xie Dezhao resolve this knot. All he wanted to know was where Gu Tian came from and who was in her family. Mr. Xie, you can't say that. It's normal for most women to give birth. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers began tapping on the coffee table. Xie Dezhao was immersed in his past memories. As if hypnotized, he said dreamily, "No, you don't know. Qingying's mother, she had poor health because of childbirth. I knew that. I told her that she didn't need to have children. There were so many people in the Xia family and so many children. It didn't matter if we had one or not. But she wouldn't listen and insisted on having children." Really? Miss Xie's mother had poor health. You knew that when you married her. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the topic forward. Xie Dezhao nodded with a pained expression. I knew, but I loved her, so I married her. She was so happy that she secretly got pregnant and wanted to give me a surprise. She told me not to worry and said that her brother was prepared for it. She would definitely give birth smoothly. Her brother. Your deceased wife's brother. Who is he? What's his name? Hu Xiaoheng also became nervous. Although he didn't show any reaction on the surface, his heart was boiling like lava before a volcano erupted. Her brother. Gu Xiangwen. You don't even know such a famous person? Xie Dezhao looked up at Hu Xiaoheng, his tone sarcastic. What a good brother who dotes on his sister. How could he leave her in the lurch? Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists tightly. He looked at Xie Dezhao quietly and didn't speak for a long time. Xie Dezhao's hair stood on end under his gaze and he didn't dare to meet his eyes. He looked away awkwardly and muttered, I'm sorry. I was too angry. I shouldn't have said that about him. Hu Xiaoheng snapped out of his daze and interrupted Xie Dezhao. You said Gu Xiangwen is famous. Famous in what way? I don't think I've heard that name before. Xie Dezhao looked at him for a while. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he frowned and thought about it. Then he suddenly understood and smiled. Oh, I was thinking too much. Gu Xiangwen is famous overseas. Even if the people in your country know him, they don't know his name. Then what's his name? Hu Xiaoheng thought to himself. No wonder they couldn't find anything after investigating for so long. Xie Dezhao picked up a pen from the coffee table and wrote Kevin Ku on a napkin. That's his English name. All his published papers use this name. You can find it online. Hu Xiaoheng took the napkin and looked at it without batting an eyelid. He put it aside as if it was of no importance. Oh, he's a scholar. What kind of research does he do? I'm not sure either. I only know that he has many patents that are widely used overseas. Although he keeps a low profile, he's extraordinarily wealthy. He's one of the hidden billionaires. Xie Dezhao said nonchalantly. Of course the Xies wouldn't be interested in other people's money. In fact, if Gu Tianrua hadn't had this rich older brother, she wouldn't have had the chance to meet Xie Dezhao and fall in love with him. Is that so? Do you still keep in touch with him? Hua Xiaoheng asked casually. Our country can consider recruiting such a famous person. Ha! Xie Dezhao's expression suddenly changed. He laughed coldly and curled his lips in disdain. So what if he's famous? I don't want to talk to someone who goes back on his word and doesn't even care about his own sister's life. In fact, I haven't contacted him since my wife passed away. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. 26 years ago, at my wife's funeral, I beat him up and chased him away. I told him never to come back to my house. Xie Dezhao slammed the coffee table angrily, unable to contain his anger. So you haven't contacted him for 26 years? Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. Then he's never come to see his own niece. There's no point in him coming. I never let him in. He still came a few years after my wife passed away, but I chased him away every time. He stopped coming and only sent birthday gifts to Qingying every year. Xie Dezhao paused, a hint of confusion in his voice. But he hasn't sent birthday gifts to Qingying since 6 years ago. 6 years ago again, what exactly happened 6 years ago? Hua Xiaoheng was basically certain that Gu Xiangwen was Gu Nianji's father, but he never imagined that Xie Dezhao and Gu Xiangwen would have such a deep grudge that they hadn't seen each other for over 20 years. So Xie Dezhao didn't know what Gu Xiangwen had done in the past 20 years, and he certainly didn't know about his niece, Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji hadn't even been born when the two families had a falling out. This was the first installment of 4,000 words. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. 7 p.m. the next installment. Mwah. Chapter 386. Hua Xiaoheng held his coffee cup and thought for a while before starting to cross-examine the details to see if Xie Dezhao's words could be corroborated. Gu Xiangwen hasn't sent your daughter a birthday present in the last 6 years. Haven't you been curious about him? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the black coffee in a daze. He had already decided to get Zhao Liangzi to search for Kevin Ku on the internet. Right, what field of research does he do? I'm very curious. Isn't it too much to become an invisible tycoon with just patents? Xie Dezhao was in a much better mood after scolding Gu Xiangwen. He took a sip of his cappuccino and began chatting with Hua Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, you don't understand. Intellectual property is very profitable overseas, and you can earn it without doing anything. Xie Dezhao sighed. Gu Xiangwen is indeed a very capable person. I used to admire him. His parents passed away early and he became the head of the family at a young age. He's also very smart and didn't miss a single thing in school or scholarships. He started his MD plus PhD at the age of 16. Others would take 8 years to finish their degree, but he finished it in 3 years. After that, he worked as a resident doctor for 2 years and became interested in physics. He applied for a PhD in physics from the top-ranked MIT at 20 and graduated in only 3 years. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers twitched. Hua Xiaoheng had met one other person who was talented in reading, and that was Gu Nianji. It seemed like it was indeed hereditary, from a medical doctor to a physics PhD. That's a huge leap. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and looked as if he was listening. Oh, you have to believe me. Although I despise his character and hate him very much, I can't deny his talent. He really is a genius. Xie Dezhao sighed. Do you know about the Y Corporation? Hua Xiaoheng froze again. He was all too familiar with this company. The American Military Aircraft Engine Manufacturing Company. Yes. That's Major General Hua for you. Xia Dezhao complimented him with a smile. This company mainly manufactures turbofan engines for the military, and the most important patent for this engine belongs to Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng's hand gripped his coffee cup so tightly that he almost shattered it. He thought of the aircraft engine blueprint in Gu Nianji's backpack. It was unbelievably advanced. It could be said that it was several generations ahead of the most advanced engines of the YY company. This blueprint was actually related to Gu Xiangwen. Before Hua Xiaoheng could recover from the shock of this news, Xia Dezhao continued, Gu Xiangwen studied physics for 3 years. After graduating, he went on to study biology. By the time I met his sister, Gu Tian, their family had already become extremely wealthy through the patents that he had invented during his school days. Really a tycoon. I've never heard of this family. Intentionally or unintentionally, Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and dialed a few keys to connect to Zhao Liangzi. People who don't know them will never imagine how rich they are. Xia Dezhao was not particularly envious because he was a member of the Xia family and had confidence. Also, they are very low-key and never flaunt their wealth. Besides, the Gu family doesn't have many people, they don't even have any relatives. He and his 2 sisters are not people who like to be in the limelight. Gu Xiangwen has another sister? Hua Xiaoheng raised his voice. There's another one besides Gu Tian. Yes, I think her name is Gu Jing. Xia Dezhao thought about it carefully. The 2 sisters were very close, but unfortunately they didn't live long. I heard that she also passed away a few years after Gu Tian's death. Didn't you say that you haven't contacted Gu Xiangwen in over 20 years? How did you know that his other sister passed away? Hua Xiaoheng acutely grasped this loophole. Xia Dezhao looked at Hua Xiaoheng strangely. I told you he's very famous. He often publishes academic articles in top international journals. He's also very handsome. He's even more handsome than many celebrities, but he's dedicated to academia. He is too untrustworthy and has a bad character. Although I haven't been in contact with him and his family has moved away from Europe, I still often see his articles in journals. That's all. After Gu Tian passed away, he wrote a letter to Gu Tian and asked me to burn it in front of Gu Tian's grave for his other sister to pass away. You read the letter? Of course. Xia Dezhao shrugged. He said that I could read it. What about the letter? I burned it in front of Gu Tian's grave, Xia Dezhao said sternly. Xia Dezhao said righteously, I'm not like Gu Xiangwen who goes back on his word. I'll burn it if I say so. I won't keep it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Xia Dezhao speechlessly and lowered his head to take a few more sips of coffee before standing up. Mr. Xia, thank you so much for this time. I'll go back and check on Gu Xiangwen. If I can't find anything, I'll have to ask for your help. Xia Dezhao finally understood. So you wanted to talk to me about Gu Xiangwen? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng didn't deny it. He picked up his coat from the hanger and put it on. This is very important to us and I hope you can cooperate. Of course. Xia Dezhao looked at Hua Xiaoheng in confusion. What did this untrustworthy guy do? Did he break the law and get arrested? You see, he stopped sending birthday presents to Qingying 6 years ago. Maybe he got arrested then. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips, his expression unchanged. I think he's so smart that he wouldn't commit a crime. Okay, my time is up. Hua Xiaoheng pushed open the door and strode out. As soon as he reached the lobby of the cafe, Xia Qingying came up to greet him. She took the initiative to speak to him. Major General Hua, have you seen my father? Hua Xiaoheng looked behind him. Your father is here. Xia Dezhao walked behind Hua Xiaoheng. When he saw Xia Qingying come out of her own accord, he said awkwardly, "Major General Hua, Qingying was just worried about me." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "It's okay. This is a private talk and won't be recorded. It's not that strict. If there's anything else, we'll have to ask Mr. Xia to come to our place." Xia Qingying walked to Xia Dezhao's side and took his arm. She asked nervously, "Major General Hua, my father has always been law-abiding and has never done anything bad." Xia Dezhao was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng's smile widened. A smile flashed across his handsome face. "Miss Xia, your father is fine. I just wanted to ask him for some information." "Oh. Really? I've been worried all night." Xia Qingying wanted to thank the heavens. "It's good that he's fine, it's good that he's fine." Both father and daughter smiled knowingly at Hua Xiaoheng. Miao Yunxiao and Su Piaohong had just pushed open the door to the cafe. Hua Xiaoheng, Xia Qingying, and Xia Dezhao were standing in the aisle. They were too eye-catching. Miao Yunxiao looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. She recognized him as the man who had gone to school to look for Gu Nianji. Then who was the beautiful woman in front of him? They also seemed to be very close. The three of them were smiling as they faced each other. Su Piaohong also saw them and her expression darkened. She thought about it and walked over to greet Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her and nodded. "Miss Su." He then turned to Xia Qingying and Xia Dezhao. "Thank you both for your hospitality today. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Although he was anxious to return to the headquarters to verify the information Xia Dezhao had given him, he still maintained a relaxed attitude in front of others. He left the cafe in a relaxed manner. Miao Yunxiao's eyes widened as she watched the scene. She tugged at the corner of Su Piaohong's shirt and pouted at Xia Qingying. "Who's that?" Su Piaohong had heard about Xia Qingying from General Ji and had seen her photos. Now that she saw her in person, she realized that she was even prettier than in photos. She also looked a bit like Gu Nianji. Su Piaohong whispered, "That's Speaker Long's relative. Let's go say hello." "Oh. Is that Speaker Long from the Senate?" Miao Yunxiao exclaimed, "Cousin, you're actually familiar with them." This was way beyond the level of Su Piaohong's family. Miao Yunxiao grew even more nervous and didn't know where to put her hands. "What's wrong with that? General Ji's wife treats me like her own daughter and often takes me out to play. I've also been to Speaker Long's house." Su Piaohong said nonchalantly. She walked over to Xia Qingying and greeted her with a smile. "Miss Xia, what a coincidence." Xia Qingying glanced at Su Piaohong. She looked familiar but didn't remember her name. She could only say politely, "It is. You're here for coffee too. We won't disturb you then. Were you having coffee with Hua Xiao just now?" Su Piaohong couldn't help but ask. Xia Qingying smiled at her and didn't answer the question. She held Xia Dezhao's arm and said, "Dad, it's getting late. Let's go back." "Yeah, let's go." Xia Dezhao nodded at Su Piaohong and Miao Yunxiao and left with his daughter. Miao Yunxiao and Su Piaohong sat down at the cafe and ordered coffee and muffins. They chatted as they ate. Miao Yunxiao's eyes sparkled. Who's the man Miss Xia and her father were seeing? Is he also in the military? Su Piaohong said angrily, "He's the youngest major general in our country." "What are you looking at?" "Major general." Miao Yunxiao gasped. "Doesn't that mean his rank is higher than uncle's?" "But he doesn't look even 30 years old. That's why he's the youngest major general." Su Piaohong rested her chin on her hands on the coffee table. The expression on her face could only be described as dreamy. Cousin, you sound so sweet when you talk about him. Miao Yunxiao smiled and scratched her face shyly. If you like him, then go after him. I'm sure uncle will agree. More than agree. Su Piaohong blushed. General Ji and Madam said they're going to ask the military to matchmake me and Hua Xiao. Oh? Really? That's great. Miao Yunxiao was so happy she almost jumped up. She was happier than finding a boyfriend herself. Sure. Don't make a fuss. We haven't even gotten married yet. Su Piaohong quickly covered her mouth. Don't be a blabbermouth. If I find out, I won't forgive you. Okay, I promise I won't say anything now. Miao Yunxiao smiled. But if you guys get together, you can't stop me from saying anything, right? I can't win against you in an argument, my great lawyer. Su Piaohong pushed her muffin to Miao Yunxiao happily. But why did that Miss Xia and her father meet Major General Hua? It looks weird, like they're meeting a parent. Miao Yunxiao thought back to the situation earlier and stuck out her tongue playfully. She didn't know why, but she felt a surge of happiness. This was the second installment of 3,000 words. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were very important. Mwah. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 387. It was just a coincidence, wasn't it? How is it like meeting the parents? Su Piaohong didn't think much of it. If you want to meet the parents, you have to meet them at home. What's with meeting them at a cafe? Is it because their family is shameful? Cousin, you're more eloquent than a lawyer, I can't win an argument with you. Miao Yunxiao covered her mouth and giggled. You're right, it wouldn't be sincere even if they met the parents like this. That's right, my dad always says that you can't judge a person by their appearance, you have to see their true nature. Su Piaohong giggled as she and Miao Yunxiao sat by the window in the cafe. Through the window, they could see the situation outside. Hua Xiaoheng, Xie Dezhao, and Xie Qingying hadn't left yet. They stood on the tree-lined path in front of the cafe. The streetlights shone through the gaps between the branches and shone on the faces of the people under the trees. The handsome man and beautiful woman complemented each other like a beautiful oil painting. Su Piaohong was silent as she looked down at the menu for food. Miao Yunxiao secretly took out her phone and took a picture of the warm and harmonious scene under the tree. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his gaze and looked at Xie Qingying, who was looking up at him. Xie Dezhao chuckled and looked happy to see it happen. Even though it was dark under the streetlights, Xie Qingying's fair cheeks were flushed red. Her eyes were alarmingly bright. Hua Xiaoheng said goodbye to the Xies as his car drove over. He nodded at them and entered his car, saying to Fan Jian, "Let's go." His car quickly left the European-style cafe and headed towards the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng texted Zhao Liangze as soon as he got in the car, asking him to look up someone called Kevin Ku online. Zhao Liangze saw the message and quickly called him. "Mr. Hua, is it the genius scientist Xie Dezhao told you about?" "Yes, that's him. His Chinese name is Gu Xiangwen, English name is Kevin Ku." Hua Xiaoheng sent the message without batting an eyelid. "Hurry up." Zhao Liangze immediately logged onto the internet and started using his own search engine to search for Kevin Ku. By the time Hua Xiaoheng returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base, Zhao Liangze had already placed the search results on his desk. "Hua Xiao, is Gu Xiangwen really Kevin Ku? Is this information reliable?" Zhao Liangze followed Hua Xiaoheng excitedly into the office. F***CK. This news is too explosive. Is he very famous? Hua Xiaoheng took off his coat and hung it on the wall hanger in the office. He turned to look at Zhao Liangze, who was flushed with excitement. He shook his head. Even if he is, you don't have to be so excited, right? Hua Xiao, you can't not be excited. Zhao Liangzi took a few steps closer and whispered urgently, Hua Xiao, have you forgotten about the Special Operations Forces Plan B? Hua Xiaoheng froze, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and walked to the desk to sit down. He picked up the information Zhao Liangzi had found and began reading. He did not look at the details and only skimmed through the main points Zhao Liangzi had listed. As he read, he nodded and said, so it's him. This person is indeed very famous, but he didn't sign his name as Kevin Koo. It was KXW, yes, it doesn't seem like a name. It's more like a code name. Zhao Liangzi pointed to the information he had found and explained to Hua Xiaoheng, this KXW is considered the most famous and mysterious person in foreign military history. His patents not only include the core technology for the most advanced military aircraft engines, but also many patents for semiconductors and superconductors. In the field of material science, he also has several patents that are widely used today. When he saw the list of patents under the name KXW, even someone as knowledgeable as Hua Xiaoheng was deeply shocked. Not to mention the military technologies, there were also some widely used civilian technologies. For example, the core technology for the Apple phone chip was also KXW's patent. This meant that every Apple phone sold in the world had to be paid to the owner of KXW's patent. Even if Gu Xiangwen only paid 1 yuan per Apple phone, based on the astronomical number of Apple phones sold every year, it was already very humble to say that Gu Xiangwen was an invisible tycoon. Our department used to think that this name was a code name for a team member and that their research results were collective. But if what Xie Dezhao said is true, then our intelligence work will have to be rewritten. That was why Zhao Liangzi was so excited. Hua Xiaoheng nodded thoughtfully. KXW, I know this code name. Our Plan B code name is him. So he was so close to them, yet so far away, but Mr. Hua. Zhao Liangzi knocked his head in confusion. I looked up all the public and private information about Gu Xiangwen on the internet. I found that other than these publicly published academic papers and patent applications, there was almost no other information. What do you mean you couldn't find anything? Hua Xiaoheng put down the pile of materials. What do you mean? For example, I wanted to look up his resume, photos, and even his life, but there was very little information. Zhao Liangzi grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Then I remembered something. Speak. Gu Xiangwen almost disappeared after he became famous, and all information was erased. But what about before he became famous? What about when he was studying? Zhao Liangzi pointed to the papers at the bottom of the stack of materials. In order to find his student records, I had no choice but to use some tricks to get into MIT's internet. Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, I don't know what you're talking about, but just get me the information. Roger, Chief. Zhao Liangzi was secretly happy. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng was not going to pursue the matter. There was an unwritten rule in the Special Operations Forces called, Don't Ask, I Don't Tell, which meant that everyone had a tacit understanding of each other. You can see the timeline of Gu Xiangwen's studies from here. It's very clear. Zhao Liangzi placed a chart in front of Hua Xiaoheng and pointed it out. Look at this timeline. All the way until the year Gu Tian passed away, there was a loud bang, and all the clues were cut off. We couldn't find out where he was after that, except for a few years when he published an important thesis under the name KXW. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the timeline Zhao Liangzi had drawn and nodded. Very interesting. Little Zhe, you did very well. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. Zhao Liangzi was so excited that his face turned purple. What else do you want to find? Just tell me. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Ha, Hua Xiao, you don't say. After looking at Gu Xiangwen's resume and thinking about our Nianji, he's the only one worthy of being her father. No one else is. Zhao Liangzi knew that Gu Xiangwen was Gu Nianji's biological father. Now that he knew that Gu Xiangwen was such a big shot in the academic world, he was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. He wanted nothing more than to bring Gu Xiangwen to the imperial capital immediately to reunite with Gu Nianji and collaborate with them. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. You're oversimplifying things. Isn't that so? Although we can't directly find his address now, we have so many clues. It's only a matter of time before we find his address. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his palms together. Do you want me to try again? You can try, but I don't think there will be any results. Hua Xiaoheng put the stack of search materials aside and said with a dark expression, Gu Xiangwen chose to live in seclusion 26 years ago. How can you find him so easily? Also, he's Nianji's biological father, but why has there been no news of him for the past 6 years? Doesn't he know that his daughter is missing? These words were like a bucket of cold water splashed over Zhao Liangzi's head. He was like a frosted eggplant. You mean that something might have happened to him? Zhao Liangzi thought about it for a moment. The worst possibility made his expression change. Hua Xiaoheng closed the file and closed his eyes. I don't know. Everything is unknown now. It's still too early to make a conclusion. But it's not completely unknown. Zhao Liangzi waved his arm. At least we have a direction and a goal. It's not like before, where we fumbled in the dark for 6 years. That's true. Hua Xiaoheng took a sip of water and pursed his lips. Okay, we have some leads on this matter. You don't have to worry too much. Just investigate it step by step. If we still can't find anything, we'll look for Xie de Zhao. I don't believe he can't get in touch with Gu Xiangwen. Roger, Chief. Zhao Liangzi answered loudly and saluted. He was more disciplined than usual. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. Speak. What's the matter? You must have a favor to ask. Mr. Hua, how can you say that? You're my superior. Can't I be polite to you? Zhao Liangzi chuckled. But you're right. I do have a favor to ask. Okay, speak. Tomorrow is Saturday, and also Valentine's Day. Zhao Liangzi blushed again as he spoke. I want to apply for leave tomorrow and turn off my phone 24 hours a day. Is that okay? Due to the nature of their work, they were always on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Zhao Liangzi especially maintained the entire central control system of the Special Operations Forces. Even when he went home for the new year, his special phone was still on call all day, ready to handle emergencies. His request this time meant that the special phone had to be turned off as well. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and didn't pursue the matter. He only nodded. Okay, you don't have to turn it on for 24 hours tomorrow. I'll take over the central control system. Thank you, Chief. Zhao Liangzi was so happy he almost jumped up. Then I'll have to trouble you tomorrow. Go. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. Close the door when you leave. Zhao Liangzi responded loudly and ran out, closing Hua Xiaoheng's office door on his way out. Hua Xiaoheng finally lowered his head and carefully studied Zhao Liangzi's search results again. He found some suspicious points and logged into the dark web again. On Friday night, the B University Faculty of Law female graduate students' dormitory was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. It was as if pink bubbles were popping up everywhere. The girls gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to prepare for Valentine's Day tomorrow. This was the season for everyone to secretly compare themselves. Whose boyfriend was tall, handsome, rich, and powerful? They couldn't wait to make a list of their rankings and post them in the hallways for everyone to admire. If someone's boyfriend was tall, handsome, rich, and powerful, they would be crowned a god. That was how male idols came to be. Gunyenji and Machichi each held a box of popcorn and sat cross-legged on either side of the sofa to watch an old movie in the living room. They could practically recite the lines of the movie and it echoed in the living room. It was just background music, so neither of them actually listened to it. They were both a bit absent-minded. After a while, Gunyenji finished her popcorn and looked at the remaining stock. She stood up and said to Machichi, "There's nothing left to eat. Do you want to go out and buy something?" "Yes. Right away." Machichi, who had been listless all night, immediately perked up. "Where are we going to buy something?" "The campus mall." "Where else?" Gunyenji put on a down jacket and walked out of the room with Machichi to the hallway. The dorm room diagonally across from them was open and waves of laughter came from inside. Miao Yunxiao's voice was exceptionally crisp and sweet. "Don't fight over it. This is my future cousin-in-law. Don't ruin it. He's really your cousin-in-law." "But why is he with another woman?" "I said he's my future cousin-in-law, not now. He's the youngest major general in our country and my uncle is also the deputy chief of staff. He's a good match for my cousin and the military has already agreed to introduce them," Miao Yunxiao said proudly. Her tone was full of pride and honor. Gunyenji's expression changed as she stopped in front of Miao Yunxiao's dorm room. Miao Yunxiao saw Gunyenji's figure at the door and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. She waved her phone at her roommates. "Look, isn't he really handsome? I say, why do you think he's a Prince Charming? All those people together can't even compare to Major General Hua's finger." Gunyenji had only suspected at first, but now she was completely sure that Miao Yunxiao was talking about Hua Xiaoheng. She had spent the entire week in torment. Hua Xiaoheng stood her up last weekend and she didn't call to ask about it. Instead, she went back to school alone. In the entire week, Hua Xiaoheng had only called her once, and he had hung up after saying a few hurried words, which made her feel very regretful. Now it was Friday night and Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't called her or told her where he was staying for the weekend. Her emotions were like a volcano waiting to erupt. This was the first installment of 4,000 words. Reminders for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next installment. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.